Your mic's on.
No. Okay, turn them off.
don't know if it's turned down. Oh, there we are. Hello, welcome.
Okay, my mic's going to be heaps louder. Hi, for all those watching, we're just about to start. 5 interrogations in a row. Pretty much everyone involved in the Sievers debacle, the murder of his wife, except the main defendant himself, Mark. So we're going to go through Curtis, Jimmy's girlfriend Taylor,
And now,
Bonnie
we're doing it now.
Sievers, and
Okay.
Marianne Groves, Teresa's mother.
All right. Sit back and enjoy. Oh, and comment.
Sorry to make you wait. Did you get the bathroom break already?
I did.
Okay, good. Better with the cuffs too, right? Yeah, I saw you and I was like, ugh.
I appreciate it.
Because I've heard myself I got a bad right hip, knee thing going on, and
Yeah.
there's no way to.
I go through cycles where
Inflammation.
sometimes I'm okay and sometimes it's really bad, and this last week has been one of those bad ones, so.
Where you have a bad period.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I called you earlier today. You know what we were talking about. Do you understand why you're here now?
I
Okay.
have an idea.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to answer all your
It has
questions.
something to do with the same thing, but
Yeah, it does.
I don't know anything.
Okay, well, I'm going to go over your rights with you and show you what you're being charged with and ask you questions, and you can ask me questions. And if at any time after that or before or whatever you don't want to talk, you don't have to, obviously. So I'm going to read you your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and I have them with you during questioning. If you're not for a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Okay. With these rights in mind, will you talk to me now? Because it's important to get your side of the story, and you know about Jimmy being arrested this morning.
Yeah, I have no idea what that was about. I didn't
Okay.
know if he was got a...
Well,
I know he was on parole, so I didn't know if he got violated or what.
he did for being in Florida with you. With these rights in mind, will you talk to me now?
I mean, I'm happy to hear what you have to say.
So yes. Yes or no?
Yeah, you can...
Like I said, you can stop talking at any time.
Yeah, you can talk to me.
Thank you for letting me talk to you. Okay. Jimmy had a VOP warrant yesterday,
I don't know what
or 2 days ago. I'm losing my mind. Yesterday or 2 days ago, I can't remember right now. I think it's Thursday right now, the 27th.
Yeah, I don't know
Okay.
what a VOP is.
I'm sorry. Violation of probation.
Okay.
I thought you might. Have you ever been on probation before?
Yeah,
But you never violated.
right.
Violation of probation, first federal probation, and he's violated. He's in Florida with you during that weekend. You said you were sick in bed.
No.
I'm gonna tell you what I know, and then you can tell me. Okay. The video of you working in the garage on your friend's car, Christian, or whatever you want to call him, friend. You've known him forever, so I call him a friend. He may be a landlord, but he's still your friend.
Yeah, I worked on it a lot.
Yeah, and you set up a surveillance system for him.
Mm-hmm.
We reviewed the video. You were not there during when you said. We know you weren't in bed. I know.
I never said that I was in bed the whole
I'm sorry.
time. I
You said you were sick all weekend.
Right.
At home. So whether that means you walked outside or whatever, I know you weren't there. I have you physically documented with photographs where you went, where you shopped, where you spent time. I know. Listen, you can't beat this. It is what it is. Okay, right now, I want your side of the story. I don't think it's fair for Mark Sievers to not be in jail after he hired you and, well, I don't know if he knew about Jimmy, but after he hired you to help him with his problem, and you brought Jimmy in, and you guys went down, did the deed, verified that Jimmy was there, had pictures of Jimmy there with you guys side by side, with date and time stamp, GPS location. It's done deal. You're in Florida in the weekend. You're right near Teresa Sievers' house. You went to the house. Now, here's the difference. Whether you went in there dressed up with a suit and killed Teresa, or Jimmy did it and you were outside, that's different. Being a lookout versus actually being the one that, killed her, that actually physically ended her life, is way different. Because it's reasonable to me to suggest, based on your handicap, your disabilities, your inflammation, that you maybe didn't possess the strength to do it. Keep in mind, I have Jimmy's talking, and Mark, if he has a brain, because he's not getting that money. He's not going to get the money. They know that he's involved in the homicide of his wife. He will not see that money. You guys are never going to see that money because he's not going to see the money. So now is the time to explain how and why to save your own life. Because in Florida, premeditation, if we charge it, because right now you're being charged with second-degree homicide. And second degree is showing depraved mind is what we call it. A depraved mind. And you're very educated, so I know you know what depraved mind means. That's second degree. First degree shows that it wasn't depraved, or maybe not only was it depraved, it's premeditated. And premeditation is when you plan it out. Obviously this was planned out, but right now you're not charged with that. That may come, that may not. If it does come, it's death penalty eligible. This one alone is punishable by life. So you're facing a PBL. Punishable by life. So, you explaining that Mark asked you to come down and talk to her, or Mark asked you to come down and kill her because she was going to take the kids away from him and that was his world, plus, as a bonus, there was going to be money. But his main goal was keeping his daughters, or however Mark wanted to spin it. Mark's not arrested yet, and unfortunately, all the physical evidence shows you and Jimmy right now. You guys are done. That's a done deal, unfortunately. And Mark's free. And if I was you, even if I knew Mark since 14 years old, and I think 2 friends left in my life from 14 years old, if they asked me to do a job, and unfortunately I got caught, even though I used cash, and I left my phone at home, and I brought my other friend and used his phone, and blah, blah, blah. But if they didn't go to jail, and I did, and I'm losing the rest of my life, because how old are you now?
48.
Okay, 48. Life. 25, 35 years with parole. So add 30 years to your life right now, okay? So 78 years old, coming out, and for what's left of your life. Or you may be locked up spending the rest of your life in prison. Or they, like I said, it's a death penalty eligible crime. If they charge first degree. Right now they haven't done that to you yet. Right now it's second degree, depraved mind. And, there's all kinds of explanations. Also, there's the opportunity to say, I'm sorry. I didn't physically do it. I brought Jimmy in. Jimmy actually fucking did it. I feel bad. It just got away from us. We didn't really want to do this, but we did it. We're here, and it makes sense. It made sense ahead of time, but it didn't now. That's what we need to know. Because right now, Mark is free. Mark Sievers is free. He's the one walking on the beach. He's the one pretending that I'm such a good father, that I'm going to protect these kids. And I'm not saying he's not a good father, because obviously those girls he's a great father. He's a great father. I just think he made a poor choice. Because those girls, you see those smiles, you see the light in their eyes. You remember what that was like being a kid that age. Everything was awesome. It was so simple. It was so much fun. It was so much more simple. And then life gets away from us, and we make choices. Look at your scars. You didn't do that to yourself. These things happen, and I have those too. I have a nice one here. I have the ones here, the elbows, my hips. I'm all jacked up. And the older I get, the more jacked up I get. I get it. Life gets away from us. We want creature comforts, and we need to plan for our life. And then we go, wow, I'm halfway through, I think. My quality of life's not where I want it to be. Here's an opportunity. With that amount of money that he was going to get, if he found a better way to end his wife's life, it probably would have been really comfort. And knowing the relationship, I think I understand, or I don't want to insult you. Because I want to say, people say, I know how you feel. That always bothers me when people say, I know how you feel. Because you don't know how I feel. You can maybe imagine how I feel, but you're not inside me. You don't live my life. You don't feel what I feel. So I'm never going to disrespect you like that. What I mean by I understand, I kind of grasp the relationship of you and Mark's very close. That's cool that, you're 14 years old, right? Or roughly 14 years old. You've known Mark longer now than you were alive before you met him. So it's a special relationship. Plus you care about each other. You love each other. You're brothers. You care each other very much. And it's special. And it means a lot. And that could explain to me why you felt compelled to help Mark. But I need to hear this from you now. This is your opportunity. Because the walls are closing, the wagons have circled. I am taking you to Florida. You're going to be coming with us. Jimmy's coming to Florida. They're going to finish his nonsense with his technical violation of probation. And he's coming down for second-degree homicide also. Because I know what he did. And I'm pretty sure, I think I got it kind of figured out, that as much as you look like Mark wasn't supposed to be in the neighborhood that weekend. So there's a good chance maybe you were a lookout and Jimmy slipped in ahead of time and was waiting for Teresa. Because you knew how it was going to be. You knew the codes of the garage. You knew her timeline because you and Mark negotiated this. You talked about it back in May, and you had a nice plan, and it made sense. And maybe not May, but I know it. Here's what I do know, Wayne. It was planned out, and Teresa's dead. Teresa has two little girls that deserve to have answers and justice. They will never be fulfilled with anything I do. There will always be that empty hole in their heart, which is terrible because they don't know the world yet, but this is their impression of the world. But even then, when they spoke about their mama at that funeral, and the maturity and the specialness and the purity of that age, it shows, like you said, Mark is an excellent father.
Incredible little girls.
And that's the irony of the situation. In his attempt to protect his relationship with them and not lose them, he ended up losing them. Because they're going to find out. They're going to find out what Dad did. And he could try to explain it away and say, well, I got drunk and I talked to Wayne about it, and I think Wayne just took steps on his own because he cares about me and this is where we're at. He's going to blame you. He's going to blame Jimmy. I don't even know if he knew about Jimmy ahead of time. I think he just asked for your help. And you recruited Jimmy. Either way. Now's the time.
Either way. It's neither way.
Neither way. Well, what do you think happened then?
Honestly, I don't know what happened. I think, based on everything that I've seen in the news, that...
What's the news, man?
Don't
trust the news. The news is silly.
I know.
They're making up stuff.
But it's, the stuff with all these doctors being killed,
we researched them, and it's fabrications. They're not being killed. One killed himself. One was a natural death. Teresa was a murder.
In the chest.
Yeah, well...
With a shotgun.
I know.
And it fell in the river.
I know.
No.
Yeah, I've worked on it before. You know why they do it there? They want to protect their face for the funeral. It's vanity. Or it's just too intimidating to feel the steel against their face. I've worked these before. That's exactly how it went. Either way, we're dealing with this right now. This is not a doctor homicide. Even the most creative screenwriter is not going to pitch the Hollywood motion picture about there's a doctor serial killer out there and it's not you, because I have you there. I have you at the scene. I have you getting supplies for the scene. I have you on tape. I have you with Jimmy. It's a done deal. It's all wrapped up together in a bun. Did you guys do a pretty decent job with the scene? Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I could tell that you guys thought about this. You talked about it. You're like, this is the best way to do this. This is the best way to do that. We'll make this look like that, and we'll make this look like this, and it's logical. However, next time you're going to simulate something like that, you may want to show that shit was stolen. Or it was loaded up, ready to go by the front door or side door, or make it look really good. You were close, but it was so close to being good, but it didn't work out. You do know what I'm talking about, Wayne, and I want this to resonate with you. This is a real thing. This is really happening. You were coming to Florida against your will, or maybe you want the trip. You were going to be tried for second-degree homicide. And I have it all lined up. That's why I did an arrest warrant. This is me. I was allowed to search the entire U.S. for you. That's what this. That's extradition. And this is your charge. And this is hold no bond to be set by first appearance judge. Curtis Wayne Wright. Second-degree murder. Punishable by life felony. This is your murder warrant. And this is the extradition. This is a done deal. You are coming with us. So the thing that I want to know from you is how and why. Because I know most of the how, but I want to hear it from your perspective. I want to hear, did you go there to maybe talk to her about making the choices she was making because she was about to take the kids away from you and Mark and take them on her little trip across the country as she filmed her new show and packed up the house and packed up the office? And Mark would be left with nothing because he has dedicated himself to being a supportive husband, an excellent father, and he tried to help out with the office manager stuff. He's not so good at keeping up with paperwork, and what I can't get over is I don't think he was appreciated enough. And
that was always Mark's strong point, was
not filing paperwork.
Money and paperwork.
Maybe the money part, but not the paperwork. You should see the paperwork in his office stacked up. You know what it reminds me of, like when you watch like old Ebenezer Scrooge or something, you see these books and the spider-webs. It cracked me up. But I will say they were organized piles.
Well, I know that they had just been through like tax stuff going on. So because he had called me multiple times asking me about different things if I knew anything about some of the tax things.
I would call you too, especially with how technically inclined you are.
With the as far as because they were using QuickBooks, which is one of the programs that I know, and so I mean it doesn't surprise me that there was piles of paper everywhere.
Yeah.
He was going back through like a couple of years worth of stuff to try to get the taxes straightened out.
Yeah. Well, obviously they did a good job. They were coming out the right side of it. So you're right. You're right. He's good with money for sure. Let me ask you this: how does it make you feel that he's not in jail yet? Because you and Jimmy are going down for this, and right now it's you and Jimmy. And yeah, you had something to gain by doing it, but you didn't in the beginning. Money is an after thing. Plus, I know you really care about Mark and his happiness, so you did have that to gain. But I mean, if you never knew Teresa, you had nothing to gain by her death, but Mark had everything to gain. And you helped facilitate that.
Well, my understanding not my understanding, I mean, I know this to be true, is that practice was just really taken off.
Yes.
Her things with the TV shows.
Oh, yeah.
And, so their future was just really launching. So, I disagree with you that he had financial motives.
No. You're right.
He was worth a whole lot more alive than dead. So
it was the kid
I
issue.
don't see
It was the kid issue. He was not going to see those kids as much as he wanted, and maybe it was the perceived issue of loss of
Mark
status.
and I were close, and he never once voiced to me that there was a problem in their relationship. I never seen it. When I was down there, I mean, there were no issues. Like you said, I mean, Teresa was a firecracker. So
she's a bull. She's a bull, man.
But her and Mark somehow balance each other. I don't.
They did,
but
I
couldn't have been with her.
Well,
we're not. I was not compatible with her, but
as for living,
Mark and they made they made it work, and
they did for a while, but
they were happy together as far as I know, and I was never told any different. So
she told her sister Mark was about to hit the road. He knew that though. He knew that. You know that too.
No, I really don't.
You didn't know that she was going to leave him.
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you directly kill Teresa?
No.
Did you directly have any planning to do with killing Teresa?
No, I didn't.
I
don't even know anything about, you're saying that Mark planned this thing and stuff. I saw him at the wedding. There was nothing said like that. He never even mentioned that they were having problems. And we all went out. We went out the day before. We went out, they come up, we barbecued the night before the wedding. We all went out, and Mark and Jimmy, everybody, we all crashed at my house because, nobody's drinking and driving, and, You know, we spent the day together. It was, you know.
Was Teresa there?
No, she had to work.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right.
And it, just like when we went to, whenever it was when we did our family vacation, I went down to Titusville and then...
March 2014.
Was that March?
Mm-hmm. The spring break time.
Okay, well, whenever it was, we, because I can't remember, but we went to, it's not Six Flags, what is that there?
In Florida?
Yeah, not Disney, the other
Busch Gardens? Tampa?
Yeah, Busch Gardens. And Mark and the girls came up and we all went. So
Was Teresa there?
No, she had to work. I mean, she worked all the time.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Wayne, were you in
Matter of
Florida?
fact, that weekend was, I remember that weekend, the reason we didn't go to his house while we were out there was because I think Teresa's sister was in town. So we didn't go because Teresa had family in. I don't know how many, if it was just her sister or what, but that weekend that we were there, we weren't able to stay at their house because Teresa's family was in town.
Okay, that makes sense. Where'd you stay then?
Well, we had bounced all over the place on that trip because we went to Busch Gardens one day. Like I said, we were in Titusville. We went to like Cocoa Beach out there one day. We hit like a different beach each day.
Oh wow,
So
that's
we
really
were,
cool.
You know, we did the whole thing. So
Sure. Wayne, were you in Florida the weekend Teresa Sievers was killed?
no, and
Yes, you were.
okay, we're yeah. This is where I'm not supposed to talk to you anymore. I have an attorney, and I'm not supposed to talk to you. I don't want to.
Well, it's up to you.
I'm trying to.
What do you want to tell
I was trying to help you.
Help me.
You know, before with. I don't have anything to give you to help you, but I was trying to help with any information that I had before.
What do you think about Jimmy being charged with murder?
I find that hard to believe, but
Why? Help me out with Jimmy then. Let's pretend you have nothing to do with this.
well, I haven't known Jimmy that long.
How long have you known Jimmy?
I met him in the St. Genevieve County Jail down there. Is where I met him at.
Oh wow. Okay.
So
Just to clarify too, you just
that
said,
was when he got his charges that he's on parole for now.
Okay.
So, so that's when I met him. I don't know how long ago that was, but he was in prison.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like we hung out or anything. We,
Right.
We wrote back and forth a little bit and
Wrote?
things like that. So yeah, like letters. So.
inside the jail?
No. My charges got dropped and I went home. He was there on federal.
Mm-hmm.
See, and St. Genevieve is a federal holdover, so there's both state and federal.
Yeah, mixed up together. Yeah.
So that's how I met him.
Okay.
And so.
What kind of impression did he make on you?
I bragged a lot. He's a kid.
He's a kid.
I
He
think
does
he was
brag.
only 20 when.
Oh wow. God, he must have been even
Yeah,
more.
I remember on his 21st birthday when we were there, because he was waiting to go, I guess to the Justice Center or something, in order to get put wherever he was going. He had already been charged, I guess,
Sure.
and was just waiting for him to place him. And I was waiting.
Let me clarify something with you real quick, because when I pressed the issue with you where you were, and we know where you were, you said I'm not supposed to talk to you, but then you continued to talk to me. Do you feel like I'm forcing you to talk to me right now?
No, not at all.
You understand? You understand?
Yeah, but
You
you asked
understand?
me a question. You asked me about Jimmy and my impression of Jimmy.
Right.
And that has nothing
Okay.
directly to do with what we're talking about here. And I'm sure that I'm not supposed to talk to you at all about anything.
Well, it's your
But
choice.
again, I'm
It's your
just,
choice.
I have nothing to hide except that obviously you decided that I had something to do with this. So
Well, the thing
I
about...
can't talk to you about it because that's not...
Because what?
Well, because I've been charged for something I didn't do, so this is what lawyers are for, so...
No, I understand all that. I agree. So, well, that and paperwork and stuff like that. But I just want you to understand, because I feel you deserve the opportunity. And I'm not going to lie to you, this is real simple. Any light you shed on this is beneficial because Teresa Sievers was killed. Teresa Sievers has daughters and that need to have answers when they're adults. Teresa Sievers has family that deserves to know how and why.
Right. It was a tragedy. It's still a tragedy.
It will always be a tragedy, Wayne. And that's what's frustrating about this is I know what happened, and you don't want to tell your side of the story, and you say you want to help me, and you do want to help me, but you don't want to get yourself in trouble because it hurts. And nothing feels good to ever talk about yourself and get yourself in trouble.
No, I didn't say that I didn't want to talk to you because I didn't want to get myself in trouble.
No. You never said that. No. So, I'm speculating. I'm speculating. I'm not. You never said that to me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come off like I'm putting words in your mouth. I will never put words in your mouth. I want to hear in your own words why. Because I know how and I know when. And like I said, you're on video. I have you physically tracked there electronically. Unfortunately, Jimmy's not as careful as you are, and I don't know why he would take those steps.
For Jimmy, but
do you believe Jimmy's capable of murdering Teresa Sievers?
I don't think so. Everything about Jimmy that I know of Jimmy is just fiddly stuff, kid stuff. I mean, bragging. I know I've heard his story about, what happened leading up to what the charges were he got, and I saw his discovery, so I know what was there, and that was the thing where he was on probation over something that had nothing to do with anything serious. I think he was driving over 120 miles an hour or something, which apparently is a felony. And he got pulled over and got a ticket for it, and they put him on whatever. Anyway, he got put on probation over it. And then I guess his mom and his dad both passed away when he was younger, which is, I guess, part of why he's the way he is. But
well, he said his father murdered his mom, and they made it look like a suicide. And I said, really? See that tattoo on his chest? He says it's a Chinese number 9. That's how old he was when mom was killed. And he has murder, death, destruction. He said that's because his mom was murdered. And I said, you commemorated the memory of your mother being murdered when you were 9 years old by getting Chinese 9 which says murder, death, destruction. And then you said your father did it.
Yeah, I didn't know how much of that story to believe. I did hear that.
How do you feel about Jimmy? Do you care about him?
I like Jimmy. My interaction with Jimmy has been fairly shallow. I mean, we hang out. Now that he's got a girlfriend,
Well, he's got, is it his fiance or his girlfriend?
I don't know. It depends on which one you ask, I think.
Yeah. Well said, my friend. Well said. Yeah, exactly. The girls have a tendency of doing that sometimes.
So I don't know. I don't really know Jimmy like that.
Sure. Not like you and Mark are close.
Well,
you
Mark
have
and
history.
We grew up together.
It's way different.
We went through high school. We went to 2 different colleges, so we were off and on.
Yeah, well, you were.
Well, he went to Mizzou, and
sure.
And he got his nursing degree and all of that.
Okay.
So I mean,
he did well, but it's not like what you did. You were probably 50 IQ points above, at least. Not put Mark down. He's a smart guy, but you are way
smart, sharp.
He's sharp. He's sharp, but you're really smart, and you're sharp. You got both.
But yeah, I mean, and then, well, when I was at his wedding, so that we were stayed close up to that point. After he got married, he was in Florida And
How did he meet her?
So he met her, I think, if I remember right, I think his sister, who was a holistic doctor, introduced him. I think is what happened.
Mark's sister.
Yes. And
Gotcha.
She's passed too.
What happened with that? How did that happen? It's so sad.
Let's see. You know what? I'm not sure. I think they said it was an overdose, but Mark and I, like I said, I knew his sister, just surfaced. Mark was absolutely sure that she didn't do drug. It was heroin.
Wow.
So he was absolutely sure that she did not use. Her girlfriend did, but she didn't. And then she came up overdosed when they were going to split up or something. So
that's suspect.
Yeah, and that's what it was.
Where did this happen?
A city in Florida, down there. I don't know where. I think it was somewhere around St. Pete.
The police ever interviewed the girlfriend?
I don't know. I
Wow.
wasn't really around.
A long time ago?
I heard, it was since they've been married, so.
Okay.
And I talked to him. I wasn't there for the funeral or anything, but I remember when it happened, and I remember calling him and telling him, I was sorry to hear. But for that, I don't know why. How long were her and Mark married? 10 years?
I thought it was more than that. I thought it was 12.
It may have been. But let's see. We've been Mark and I we didn't disassociate at all, but we stopped talking on a regular basis
for a little bit.
Yeah. So
but you
probably once a month we would still talk. Anytime there was holidays or birthdays and things like that. Mark was one of those people that could remember like days that two people met, and anniversaries. And
that's crazy how sharp.
I mean, that's like, I can't even remember my own birthday.
Me
but he could remember that stuff.
That's the program and stuff.
And
yeah, but you have you're different though because you have that extremely intricate coding technical know-how that's like another language. You're like multilingual. That's a gift. So if the trade-off,
the gift, yes.
The trade-off.
Unfortunately, that gift was fairly lost from the accident, but
really,
along with I mean, I couldn't program now. I'm sure that I could write simple things, but for the development stuff that I was doing, there's no possible way. That's the reason that
was from the car crash, right?
Yeah. And even prior to the car crash, I was having the problems with, it was a misdiagnosis. I know that because I've met people that have it, and our symptoms there's some similarities, but there are some things that really just aren't.
I want to show you a picture. Okay? And I hope this makes this more real for you. Okay? Just to switch subjects a little bit here. You see that? See who that is? That's you. You know who that is?
Can't tell who either is.
Oh, come on. I'm going to make it bigger for you. There we go. That's you. Right?
Doesn't look like me to me, but...
You're going to say that's not you?
Yeah, I'm going to say that doesn't look like me. I mean, it's the other one is so blurry, I can't tell.
That's blurry? When's the last time you had your eyes checked, man? Are you near or farsighted?
I have astigmatism.
Okay, well. Yeah, those are a little dirty.
Probably isn't helpful. Use your shorts. That'll work.
Alright. Reconfirming. That weekend we talked about, has your story changed since the last time? That Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you were in Missouri and not in Florida, correct?
Right.
And why were you in Missouri and not Florida?
Well, because I decided not to go. But my Florida trip wasn't to that side of Florida anyway. But I didn't go because, you know, when I'm hurting, my shoulders hurt. I can't keep my hands on the steering wheel. You know, I get dizzy.
You're just sick. You don't feel good.
But it's not. I know that's confusing because I call it sick.
It's not. I know exactly what you mean by sick.
I don't mean like.
My friend had a rheumatoid arthritis. It's very similar. The inflammation. I know exactly what you're going through. I have not felt it, but I know what's been described to me. It's ridiculous.
Yes, it's very painful, and
let me show you again, okay? Here's one of 3 different videos, not shots. This is one place. This is one of 3 different locations where I have you with Jimmy. In Florida. That's actually the day you guys killed Teresa. That's the Sunday when she flew into town. I mean, it was close to midnight, so I don't know if you waited till late Sunday night right before midnight, or if you did it early Monday morning right after midnight, but that's the day you guys killed her, and that's real close to her house. So, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I want to hear why. I want to hear why, because honestly, from everything, you're intelligent, you're sophisticated, you have all kinds of potential. I want to hear why. And I know Mark's behind it, because you had no motivation, and tell me if I'm wrong, to do anything to Teresa. I want to know why.
No, I like Teresa. I mean, she was helping me, so
yeah, well,
I have no reason to have wanted to hurt her. So, you know.
Then tell me why.
But I was not there. I see that you think that that's me on that video, but that's not me. I was in Missouri, so you know, what Jimmy did or didn't do, I can't speak for him.
We know what Jimmy did. That's why he calls himself a hammer. Jimmy the Hammer, right?
Well, no, that's not. The reason that he told me that they called him that was because he's apparently built really well. And that's what he's talking about when he says the hammer.
Like he's
on like a...
Oh, like he's got a big penis.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's not shy about it. And, well, I mean...
I know you know.
Well, the only reason I know is because he tends to pull it out in public and...
Well, I don't have a problem with
people around. So,
this is the 2000s, man. You know. There's no judgment here at all. I don't have a problem.
Oh, no. I see where you're going with that. No.
No?
That is not.
Has Jimmy ever made a pass at you?
No.
Why not?
Why would he? I'm not gay.
I didn't say you're gay. That doesn't make you gay. It's just activity.
Okay. Yeah, it does.
What's wrong with that? Just because you want to have a little fun doesn't mean there's something wrong with it.
Well, it's wrong to me.
Why?
So everybody each to their own, but it's not my thing.
Okay.
It's wrong to me.
Okay, I'm not trying to be offensive.
Okay.
I don't want to offend you.
Yeah.
So Jimmy's never made a pass at you?
No.
Alright, he pulls his penis out a lot. Why?
Because he likes to chase girls around with it, because I think he's honestly, I think he's insecure.
Sure. Oh yeah, that's why he talks so much.
Issues.
That's why he talks so much.
And from like his girlfriend, because he talks about his penis nonstop. And
what does she say about all this?
Well, she agrees with him. So
it's like, what's she say?
I've never seen it hard. So all I see is when he's twirling it around and it's in bars chasing girls around with it.
Oh.
I mean, the guy has no boundaries at all.
Have you ever got beaten up for that? No guys beat him up?
No.
Oh my gosh. It's crazy. He came in the bar? What bar were you guys at? It's crazy.
I don't know.
That's so silly. Wow.
He did it at the house one night when some of Andy's friends were over. He's always trying to pull it out in front of Angie. He'll like pull it out and he'll say, turn around. And she's like, I'm not looking. He does it in a way, and he does it so much that it's really not, I don't know.
It's almost...
It's hard to take him serious, because of his personality.
Sure.
He is. So, it's hard to be mad at him because he does it.
He's being not like crazy.
He doesn't do anything that he wouldn't do in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, so you're hitting on my wife all the time.
Right.
You hit on everybody all the time.
Right.
He's consistent. You'd probably be hitting on her.
too.
It's but that's just Jimmy. So,
Do you guys have an open relationship? You and Angie?
No.
No?
No, she's stingy.
She's what? She's stingy?
I tease her about that. I call her stingy. But no, we don't. We're married. And it's...
Well, like I said, it's the 2000s. Everybody's got different concepts.
And I have friends that are. And,
sure.
And some are open about it, some aren't.
Well, yeah.
And, and it's... it's none of my business. It doesn't affect me.
Right. Yeah, and no one's getting hurt, blah, blah, blah.
So,
right. I was led to believe that you guys were more open, and that if you guys are drinking and having a good time, sometimes things happen. But again, I don't think that makes anyone gay. I just think that means you're having a good time. So.
Who? Me and Jimmy and the girls? Or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
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 No threesomes.
No.
No foursomes.
No.
All right. All right. Well.
Yeah. No. I don't know who told you that, but that's...
So, if I showed you a video, again, of you and Jimmy, because that's you and Jimmy, you know it is. I know you were there, you know you were there. If I show you a video, which I know you would find hard to believe, of you that night in Mark's street going towards the house, what would you say to that?
I would say that that's not possible.
Why would you say it's not possible?
Because I wasn't there.
Okay. What would you say if Jimmy was there? How would you think Jimmy got down to Florida?
I couldn't answer to that in any way.
What would you say when Jimmy pretty much said...
Jimmy has a new car, so, I would think if Jimmy was going to Florida, he'd drive his car. So...
Well, you didn't need to. You rented a car.
I rented a car because my car was in the shop.
I know, and then the amount of use you put on it showed you in Florida, just so you know that. And unfortunately, some rental cars today, because of theft, they have GPS.
I know.
Okay, and you think you have checked. Let me tell you something too. They're not always where you can see it, and sometimes they put the little sticker that says anti-theft device equipped, blah blah blah. Other times it's not.
Yeah, I didn't check it.
Well, what do you think about you being in Florida?
I was not in Florida. So, a GPS can't put me in Florida. I wasn't there.
It actually can. It can, and it did, and I'll show it in court, and you'll see it then. I just want to know why. I know the house, most of the house. More of the house stuff and the intricate details would be fun to hear from you because you were intimately part of it. But the biggest thing is the why. And I don't know if you don't want to say it because you don't want to betray Mark, but I want you to understand something. There's a big press release right now about you, about Jimmy. If Mark has any common sense, real simple, he's going to have to find a reason. He's going to have to come up with something. It's so simple that he looks so guilty. So, I'm providing you an opportunity to tell your side of the story. This is an awesome opportunity. This means a lot. This is a special moment in time right now. It's preserved for you and me. No one else is here. I know it sounds kind of crazy, but I don't mean to sound crazy.
Gay? You got me on that one.
Well, that's not what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
but
I know.
You know what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? I know what you're saying. Unfortunately, you're not right.
Oh, Wayne. I wish I wasn't right. I wish Teresa was alive and being herself with her kids and Mark and things were different. But it is what it is, man. I've been living, eating, breathing this case since June 29th when she passed and we discovered her. And through the process of all of this, I was able to finally put it all together. And it was like this big puzzle, and I'd get a little piece and a little piece here, put it there, and start looking at this angle, went like that, flipped it upside down. I'm like, oh my God, Jimmy Jimmy was with Wayne. All this time I thought it was maybe just Wayne helping Mark out. I'm like, oh my God, they're together on this. This is crazy. Which is dangerous because the best way for two people to keep a secret is for one to kill the other. It always comes out. It's going to come out. I know it sounds crazy, but Jimmy's young. Jimmy has a baby on the way. Jimmy's going to spill his beans if he has any common sense. He has youth on his side. Jimmy loves to talk. He's always running his damn mouth anyway. So Jimmy's going to spill it. It's a countdown. And unfortunately, you're not going to get to be able to reach out to him. You're going to be able to write letters to Jimmy. That's not going to happen. So once Jimmy does, Jimmy's going to be the one in the lead. And it's a race right now. Right now, Jimmy's in the lead. You're right here. You're close. And Mark's in the pack right here. Mark's going to get run over because the last one, the lion gets him first. And this time, you both got picked up first. But when I mean the lion, I'm talking about the law. The long arm of the law is going to reach out and pick them up and go, Jimmy talks, Jimmy wins, and then you'll be tried separately, and we'll be able to introduce all the different things, and it'll overlap, and maybe by that time, hopefully by that time, you'll do something to shed light on the situation to provide an opportunity to tell your side of the story, because the truth may not set you free, but the truth is the truth. And unfortunately, you're involved in something that's been found out. We don't randomly arrest people. I know I don't anyway. I can't just say, hey you, I need this case closed, come with me. I know what you did. I know how you did it. I wanted to know why. And that's how we got this, because I was able to say who and how and when, but why, that comes out sometimes. Other times, why never comes out. That's what makes those police shows and those movies interesting, because they'll go into the mind of someone and they'll go, we don't know. We don't know. And it would be up to the person who did it to say, here's why. Because I could. Because it needed to be done. Because it was the right thing to do. Because I was attacked. Because I was defending myself. Who knows? That's the why. Why is really interesting to get? That's the stuff books are made out of too. I mean, that's really interesting. However, this is the time to hear why. Jimmy's going to roll, and then it'll just be the mountain falling on top of you because you're the recruiter. And it's disgusting because Mark set this in motion, but you recruited Jimmy, and Jimmy will be like, yeah, I may have killed her, but I was asked to do it, and it was $10,000, so it is what it is, man. I'm tired of living in that trailer. I needed that 3-bedroom house. I'm sick of it. I've been robbed too many times by these freaking meth heads in my neighborhood. I had a baby on the way. I did what I had to do. No one gave me anything. My mom was killed. My father did it. I killed him. This is no big deal for me, and this is how it is. I'm Jimmy. Jimmy's got trouble working around his damn mouth all the time. That's Jimmy. So let me tell you something right now. You're putting your hands, your fate, in Jimmy's hand. So, if that's what you want to go with, that's fine, because when Jimmy shows us step-by-step all the different gas stations you went to, how he did some of the driving, and you did some of the driving, and you worked it out, and you took a little break at the rest stop, and you went here and you got some cleanup supplies to bag up things, and it all comes out, and like who brought what, where, and when, and how, and the outfit they wore gets put here, and this got there, and this is there, and it all comes together, and I get to go Exhibit A through Z in court. Here's the OR, and I'll have those pictures, these huge poster boards. It's going to be up, and the jury's going to be like, oh my God. Oh, it's terrible. This mother, this doctor, these children, they're alone now. The father literally took himself out of it, too. That's why I said that was the irony. Mark literally wanted to keep them so much that he got blinded, and he got tunnel vision, and forgot by doing this, he literally took himself out of their life, or reduced the quality and the amount of the consistent time he'll get. Because it'll be supervised visits, it'll be reduced severely. But unfortunately, that's his problem. Your problem is that you were hired to do a job, or you were asked to do something for a friend that you care about and love very much, and then you brought in this other guy. So that's how it is. I know that's how it is. You know that's how it is. So now is the time to tell me why.
You're completely off base with what you're saying. That's not what happened.
What happened?
No, I'm not saying that I know what happened. I'm saying that didn't happen. What you're saying happened did not happen.
What happened?
I have no idea. But I didn't have anything to do with this. And
did Mark?
to my knowledge, Mark would have not. I can't see Mark having anything to do with it either. I mean, why? It doesn't make any sense to me. You're telling me that they were having marital problems. I was close, and I never saw that. He never talked to me about that. I just can't make myself accept that was really the way the relationship was based on what I saw. Like I said, Jimmy, I don't know. I don't know what Jimmy was doing that weekend. I didn't ask him. Sometimes I go weeks without talking to Jimmy. Sometimes, we'll talk a couple times a day. He works all the time, and I had a brief conversation with him. I don't know how many days ago it was, but I think it was probably the end of last week. Was it? Yeah, it probably was. About getting, I guess he had a night off or something, and he wanted to get together, and I wasn't feeling like doing anything, so I called him and told him that I wasn't going to be able to get together, that I wouldn't be able to get together with him. So I don't know what they ended up doing. I haven't talked to him since, but.
Did you talk to Jimmy on Saturday, June 27th, in the morning time?
I couldn't. I can't.
That weekend that you were supposed to go to Florida and stayed home because you were sick, did you talk to Jimmy at all?
Over the weekend?
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. And it wouldn't surprise me if I talked to him.
When you were supposed to go to Florida, were you going alone?
Well, originally, Jerry and I were going to go.
Jerry
Levinsky.
Levinsky.
Yeah, because we had been planning a trip down there for the antique stuff.
Right.
Help him with that. Actually, he just got back this week from going on the trip that we were going to go.
Oh, wow, cool.
So, I ended up obviously not going with him, but he, so I don't, I don't drive much anyway. I always have a problem with driving. Even going to my parents' house, which was 7.5 hours away, was usually a 2-day trip for me. When I'm not hurting, just because I've fallen asleep, I couldn't tell you how many accidents I've had falling asleep driving.
Were you supposed to go with anyone but Jerry?
At one point, they were even going to take my driver's license away because I have seizures and all kinds of things. So no, I never made any arrangements to go anywhere with anybody else. So.
Okay, so if you were talking to him that morning and he's asking you what time are you coming to pick him up, and you tell him 7 a.m., that doesn't sound right to you?
Well, Saturday morning.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember what was going on.
Did you go to Jimmy's house that weekend?
I don't know.
I thought you said you stayed home all weekend.
I didn't say I stayed home all weekend. I said I didn't go anywhere. I didn't. Okay, I see where you're saying that. That could be confusing. No, I still went places. I just didn't go very far. I stuck around close. I worked on his truck.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Not that weekend.
I
have the videotape. No, you didn't.
Okay, you did. You have a video. You may not have a video of me working on it. That doesn't mean I didn't.
You were lying about that. You were not in that building. I have the camera angles. You're lying to me right now, and that's okay. We can get past the lie, but we're going to accept that you're lying to me about it.
Well,
that doesn't make you a bad person.
Working on the truck.
When
I had the truck
work
at my house.
No,
I did.
No, it's on camera in there. It didn't run. Plus, you told me about how difficult it was with the tools to get underneath the seat. We had this conversation.
Yeah.
Don't lie to me about that.
I drove it around. You're going to find out that there's all kinds of witnesses that had. I was driving that thing around that weekend.
You know what beats an eyewitness?
So,
videotape of it. It didn't move. The truck was in the whole time.
So, that's not the case.
It's okay that you lied to me, but what we're going to do is we're going to move past the lie, and you can just tell me the truth.
Well, that's not a lie. I mean,
what is it?
Well, it's obviously something. There's something besides a lie, because I had the truck, and I have proof I had the truck. So,
where?
If the date was off on the DVR, and
no, we verified the date timestamp. It's good.
Right.
Accurate date timestamp.
You know, I don't know. The electric was off in the unit.
No. There was no interruptions. It worked. It functioned. It worked. I verified all that. I have it secured. It's in my evidence vault in Lee County. It's locked down tight. We have it on the lock.
Okay. So
listen.
I can't. Then
I forgive you.
You have no explanation for why you think that I didn't work on it.
I forgive you for lying. You did work on it on Wednesday. And you worked on it on Thursday, but Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, you were in Florida. You did not work on that truck. And that's okay. Like I said, here's your past. Here's your forgiveness. I understand you attend church, Christian men, confession, things of that nature, so be it. I accept that you lied to me. I'm not going to take it personally, and I understand why. This is a very uncomfortable situation. However, it is what it is. We're going to move past it. Tell me what happened and why.
I can't tell you what happened because I don't know. And as to why, I don't know because I don't know who did it. I can't even speculate to why they did it. So
I'm going to ask you some direct questions.
Okay.
Did Mark Sievers talk to you about doing anything to his wife?
No.
Did Mark Sievers hire you to kill his wife?
No.
Did anyone hire you to kill Mark Sievers' wife?
No.
Did anyone hire you to kill Teresa Sievers?
No. Why? You're asking me the same question.
Because you just showed me that you were doing word game with me. So around town or at my house, at
That's
home.
not a word game.
Okay, then you and I misunderstood each other. You and I misunderstood each other then. So I want to make sure I understand very clear.
Okay.
Were you ever in Florida that weekend?
No.
The weekend of June 26th through June 29th? Yes or no?
If that was the weekend that...
Okay. You want me to show you a calendar?
Oh yeah, well, showing me a calendar is not going to do me good. All I'm asking is that the weekend that she was killed?
Yes.
Then the answer is no.
Okay.
So...
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. I love that you're locking yourself into staying in Missouri when I have you not in Missouri. I have you in Florida. So if you want to lie like that, that's okay. Because all it does is further put you in a bad light. And I don't think you're a bad person. I think you made a bad choice. And now's the time to rectify the bad choice. Come to Jesus, let it all out. Whatever you want to call it, now's the time to let it out and say why. Because it is what it is. Like I said, and I hate to repeat that phrase, but we know what we know. You know what you know. I know you're going to tell me something different. This is very uncomfortable, and that's okay. We're doing it together. But I need to know what happened and why. Did Jimmy Rodgers ever say to you he was going to Florida to kill Teresa Sievers?
No.
Has Jimmy Rodgers ever told you that he wanted to kill Teresa Sievers?
No. I don't believe that I've ever had a conversation with Jimmy about Teresa.
Have you ever had a conversation with Jimmy Rodgers?
We were all together on my wedding, and even then, I don't think that anybody talked about Teresa other than that we wish she could have been there. So,
would it surprise you to hear that Jimmy Rodgers killed Teresa?
I've already. That doesn't seem like that's his nature to me. So yes, I would be surprised if he was. It wouldn't be that if he killed her. It would be if he killed anybody.
Did Jimmy tell you that he killed her?
No.
What do you think should happen to somebody who killed Teresa Sievers?
Well, I don't know. I guess it would depend on what happened, but no matter whatever happened, she got killed. So, I mean, they should be punished. But like I said, I don't know. It's the stuff that I saw. I know you have a reason, or I don't know, an excuse for everything that happened to disprove it. But when I was at the house, they were going to have me replace the door while I was down there. that door was busted into. I don't believe that somebody that she knew or somebody, that had a code or whatever would have had to break in the door. I believe that I believe either it was something to do with her work, one of her patients, somebody's father that she was helping turn his son from a boy to a girl or whatever. I saw the, which is, by the way, is something I didn't have any clue that was a big part of the business at all. I never dealt with any of the patient side of it. Mine was strictly from the technical side of it. That was something she was well known for, was the working with the not cross-gender, but transgender population and stuff. I never knew that. I would think that and they had that show on just a week or two before that happened, where they were interviewing her or something, where my parents told me they saw it and somebody else did too, where she was with the mother of like an 8-year-old boy that she was helping change to a girl. And it's like, I don't know. I mean, if that was my kid, that would piss me off. I mean, not that I would go kill somebody, but I could see, that type of work putting somebody in a lot of, right in the target of a lot of people. I don't know. Would that happen? I have no idea.
Have you ever killed anyone?
No.
Would you ever kill anyone?
I would protect my family.
Okay, what if Mark is your family and you think you're protecting him?
Well, Mark's not my family. And
But you close like family.
Mark can take care of himself.
Did you kill Teresa to protect Mark?
No.
Why not?
Why would I? I don't think he needed to be protected. And even if he did, again, he's not my family. I'm talking about protecting my wife and my kids, okay? From somebody that breaks in the house and is trying to, not physical things to me don't really matter that much, but not necessarily trying to rob, but that I feel like it's threatening, our lives or it's gonna, hurt my kids or, something like that. So, I believe that, it's our right to protect. Not just our right as men, it's our duty to protect our families from harm.
Well, that's what I think you thought this was. I think this was a call of duty. No, it's not my family. Mm-hmm. And like I said, Mark never once said anything to me about even that they were having problems. Not to mention that he never would have said, he never said anything to me about them being in any kind of, him hurting him or him feeling like his family was being threatened. So no, I don't. And no, I wouldn't. It's, like I said, that's Mark's job. Do you think the killing of Teresa Sievers is wrong?
Well, I think the killing of anybody is wrong.
Let's just talk about Teresa Sievers for a minute. Okay. Do you think the killing of Teresa Sievers is wrong?
I just said that I think anybody being killed is wrong.
Let's put anybody away. Let's just talk about Teresa only. Do you think the killing of Teresa Sievers is wrong?
Yes, I do. But
why do you think it's wrong?
Because she obviously wasn't threatening somebody or getting ready to hurt somebody that they, it would be a self-defense thing. It would be the only way that would happen. So.
When you say that would be the only way it would happen, you mean that would be the only way it would be right?
No, not that it would be right. I can't judge right or wrong for somebody else. So no, I have no idea. I mean, I think that asking that question is, it's not even a real question. It's just part of the question. So
what's the right question to ask?
I don't know. I don't know what the right question is. Do I think that if she was about to pull the trigger and kill my kid, do I think it would be right to shoot her? Yeah, I mean, if I'm protecting my family,
Sure.
you know.
Well, let me ask you this. Was Teresa about to do something that you needed to protect your family for? Is that why you killed her?
No,
Is that why you helped Jimmy kill her?
I did not help Jimmy kill her.
Is that why you helped Mark kill her?
I did not help Mark kill his wife.
Did you help anybody kill Teresa?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Let me ask you this. What that line of thought? Were you in Florida that weekend?
No.
No. Okay. And that's why we're telling lies right now. And listen, you look at me. You're a good person, and I'm not judging you for this at all. You made a choice. It became what it became, and that doesn't change who you are. Do you lead a secret life?
No.
You don't have any other stuff that you don't tell people about that you maybe do, whether it's sexually or anything else?
I'm an open book. Anybody that knows me knows.
Well, the people that know you, yes, you're open to them. But to me, I'm no stranger. We're starting to get to know each other more. We spent probably, one-on-one, we spent like 5 to 6 hours now together. But I'm not, this is a judgment-free zone. Not that that means anything to you. I'm not your therapist. But listen, whether you lead a secret life and there's a little bit of sexual activity with people that are into it and people are having a good time, you're in the moment, and that's fine. There's no judgment about that. But what I can tell you is lying about it seems pointless to me.
I am married.
Before you were married?
Before I was married, well, I've never been with a guy. Okay.
Never.
Before.
What do you call being with a guy? What do you consider being with a guy?
Anything.
Any kind of physical touching being with a guy?
Yeah.
How about
I believe in that 3-inch rule.
And what's 3-inch rule? What does that mean?
You can't get 3 inches from it.
So as long as there's a joke. That's a good joke. 3 inches.
There was a joke in.
All right. Well, no, but listen. Like I said, this is judgment free.
Something.
Scout camp. Okay.
Because we all just sleep in the same.
Same tent. Yeah, that's a 3-inch rule. That's funny. No, that's the thing, man. Like it happens. These things happen, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and
What?
I can't even imagine
what
kissing another guy. You asked me.
You never kissed a guy?
No.
You ever had a guy kiss you?
Well, not in the way that you're talking about.
What kind of way?
Well, in some kind of a sexual way.
What ways have you been kissed by a man?
Well, by my dad, and my son.
You get along with your dad?
Me? Yeah.
You like him?
We're too much alike, but yeah. So
your mom seems really nice.
She is.
She's a sweetheart. Oh my gosh, she's a very strong woman.
Dad's a little antisocial, but
yeah, that's his dad's way.
Awesome.
And Robert's really nice too.
No.
He's nice as heck. I thought he was very warm and friendly.
Yeah.
No? He's not?
Well, no, he is, but he's. I don't know. He's.
What? What about Robert? What?
He's very guarded, I guess. Yeah. So.
Well, he was nice. He was at home.
No, that's why
he was at his house. That's probably why he was nice. So we're all guarded to a degree,
You know. They gave me 2 beautiful grandchildren that I adore. And
kids are so special, man.
And,
what are you going to do when Mark says that you killed Teresa and he told you not to do it? What are you going to do when that happens?
I will never have to face that question because that's not going to happen. He knows it doesn't want to happen.
What do you know has happened then?
Well, I have no idea what he knows, but he knows that I didn't do anything.
How do you know that he knows that?
Because I didn't. Why would he think that I did it?
Because you did.
I did not.
Oh my gosh. Wayne, I'm telling you, brother, this is a judgment-free zone. I know what you did, man. Listen, what about Jimmy? What are you going to do when Jimmy says, hell yeah, I got recruited. I needed the money. What are you going to do then?
I don't believe that would happen either.
Why?
Because it didn't happen.
What did you say to Jimmy then?
I didn't say anything to Jimmy. I told you, Jimmy and I don't talk. My relationship with Mark is totally different. It's become more of a business relationship. I mean, we are friends above everything. But our daily conversations are more business than anything. Somewhere in there they'll be tied in, house, family, whatever. But when I get the phone calls, it's not to say hello. Those that happen like in the evenings or things like that sometimes, but during the day when I get a call, it's because of something wrong at the office, and he needs me to tell him not to try.
Wait, what do you need to hear that's going to make you realize now's the time to tell the truth? Are you ever going to tell the truth?
I've already told the truth.
And you're telling me the truth is, I'm going to rebrief what you told me. You're telling me the truth is, you were in Missouri, you did not go to Florida the weekend Teresa Sievers was killed, you went there after she was killed.
Yeah, we got the phone call the day after. That's whatever it was.
Were you in Lee County the day of Teresa's death?
No, you keep asking me the same questions over and over.
I got to ask you different ways to make sure there's no confusion here. Were you in Florida at all the day Teresa was killed?
No, and
the day after Teresa was killed.
You don't want to know. You're not interested in my answer.
Oh, you're keep asking. I am interested. You know why I'm interested in it? I'll tell you why I'm interested. I am. Look at me. I'm interested in everything that comes out of your mouth.
I let you engage me in a conversation that...
I love what's coming out of it because one, you have a funny sense of humor. Two, you're witty. Three, I love when you tell me things because it locks you into one story that you're in Missouri.
The truth, yes.
One story. It's not the truth. One story, you're close enough, but you're so close, man. Because you give me these dark glimpses where the truth starts to come out, and you look at me, and I know you just want to either punch me out or tell me this. I see the look, you're like, you son of a gun, you got me.
Well,
listen.
No, that's not, that look is not, you got me. That's...
Frustration?
I can get frustrated.
Yeah, but you get dark. I see the dark.
So
it gets dark, and I get why. And listen, I want to lock you into the truth. Now, right now, you won't give me the truth, so I'm locking you into a story. And the story is, you are in Missouri, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Teresa is found. You say then you drove down the following day when you heard from Scott Sievers about Mark Sievers' wife Teresa being killed. You did hear from Scott.
Yeah.
Scott told you.
Yeah.
That's 100% true. That is a fact. That is completely confirmed. And the same techniques used to confirm that truth have been applied to your timeline before that, leading up to it. And these techniques have revealed that not only were you in Florida, that you were in Lee County, and not only were you in Lee County, you were in Bonita Springs where the Sievers live, and not only were you in Bonita Springs where the Sievers live, you were literally less than 5 minutes from their house at one point, and then, not only that, you were on their street. So all of these things come together, and that's just one little facet of these facts. And the good part is, you're locking yourself into a lie. I have the truth, I show that in court, and that's what helps me get a conviction. That's how this works. Now, what can sometimes be beneficial to everyone is, here's why I did what I did, and I'm sorry for it, or I was defending myself, or I was under duress, being forced to do something. The truth, or versions of the truth, but the truth will always be what it is. There's versions, and that's what I'm going to get. I'll get the version from Jimmy, I get the version from you, I'll get the version from Mark, because eventually his lawyer's going to go, you're facing time, you're going to get something. You better tell the truth, because you have two little girls that need a father, so you better be around. And Mark's going to go, I've never been to prison, I've never been to jail. Wayne's a badass. Jimmy is a young badass or aspiring badass. That is not me. I am not that guy. Can I get by? Sure, but that's not who I am. And I can't do this, so I'm going to have to tell the truth. I'm going to have to find a version of the truth where it puts me in the best light possible, and I'll try and do what I can do for Wayne. However, Jimmy I'll throw under the bus now that I know about him. Maybe I didn't know about him before. Whatever the case is, that's how it's going to go down. That's what will happen. The likelihood of everyone going, thick as thieves, brother, don't say anything, we'll be okay, as Mark loves to do this, where he's working through his negative energy and channeling his stress. He's not going to be thick as thieves. He's going to go, oh shit. I like going to the movies, and I like walking on the beach, and I like going to upscale malls and hanging out with my kids and just making projects. He's not going to want to go to prison and make paper-mache masks with the guy down in the jail cell that wants to beat up Mark, because Mark has had a life that he never got afforded. Mark will crumble. And definitely Jimmy will, because he's the youngest out of all three of you. And he's got a baby on the way. He's taken on little baby Luke as a responsibility. He's taken on little baby Heavenly. She's 2-year-old. She cracks me up. She's adorable. She's so full of piss and vinegar. He's going to want to buy into that and say, my dad ruined my life. My mom got killed. I'm going to be a good dad. I'm going to be a good husband. I'm getting out of this. I'm going to pull my parachute. I love you, Wayne, but we don't really know each other that long. We had a really good time. So be it. Good time on the beach, good time this, good time that. But I'm going to go on with my life. Plus, I don't want to die. I don't want to die in prison. He's going to turn. And then you will be forced to keep saying, that was in Missouri as we shelved it. I'm trying not to laugh because it's crazy to me. All the GPS locations and the videos and the physical evidence that we thought was good and was not in the house, but you wouldn't believe the technology we have now, like as well as trying to audit and augment GPSs, for example, on how you can sift through metadata and you can find deleted items. Technology and the coding, you're right, it's crazy. It's very impressive where they are right now. So we get to put all this extra work in, and that's fine. I get paid to do that. I get paid by the hour. So it is what it is. And we'll never know the why. I can project my ideas, and I already projected all my ideas. I came up with most of my ideas. I'll try to think of more when I'm laying down in bed tonight. But we know what happened. It's just why. Are you going to tell me why?
I can't tell you anything because what you think happened didn't happen. So. Okay.
Can I take a break for a minute? Do you need to use the bathroom? Can I get you water?
I do need to use the bathroom.
You want to do? Alright, can me use the bathroom first? I'll come get you. Sure. All right. Thank you for your patience. I'll be right back. I don't know if you want to look at this. I'll be right back. Sit tight, okay? Okay. Sorry about that. Bathroom? Let's do it. Oh yeah, just pull out the shoulders.
Doesn't hurt. Bugs. Good news. Huge ladybugs. Alright. This is it. I don't want to keep you any longer than you want to be talking. This is what I know, and this is the last time I'm going to ask you. Right now, if you want to talk later on, so be it. I know that you were part of a conspiracy to commit the homicide upon Teresa Sievers. I know that you involved Jimmy Rodgers. I know that Mark Sievers involved you. On Saturday, June 27th, 2015, in the morning hours, you and Jimmy took a trip down to Florida, and you had some stops obviously on the way. On Sunday, June 28th, you arrived within Florida, you were already in Florida. You arrived within your target area, and you guys prepared and waited for Teresa to come home in the evening hours, and in the hours around 11 p.m. on Sunday night, at that point, you completed the act of committing the homicide of Teresa Sievers, and you arranged the scene to look as if it was a home invasion gone wrong, and then you cleaned yourselves up, and then got back in the vehicle and immediately traveled back north all the way to Missouri, which, you know, I will say that this is pretty bold. It's impressive. It's impressive you never got stopped by the police that I'm aware of. I'm impressed by that. Unfortunately, there were things that were done wrong that could have been done better that would have prevented your apprehension, and obviously that's why we're here. This is a real thing. After you and I leave each other, you will be taken down to Jefferson County Jail. This is not a hold. They're going to hold you, but then you're coming to Florida. You're being formally charged with second-degree homicide, which is punishable by life felony, and one of you three is going to roll on each other, and it'll be the domino effect. Ideally, I think the first person that tells the why and the details may, I don't know, somehow it just seems better to explain yourself than to just be perceived as a cold-blooded murderer. Which I don't think you're cold-blooded at all. I think you're very funny and witty, and you're hyper-intelligent, and I'm sorry all these crashes happened to you and affected your ability to do things you did. You did them well. You've evolved, and you've found your way through life, and you're doing what you got to do. But lying to me in here right now about where you were when I know where you were is not going to help you, and that's okay. It's your choice for now. I think you'll change your mind, and if you want to do it later on formally with an attorney and a proffer, blah, 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 that's fine. I'm okay with that, too. We'll go on the record and document all of it and do it accordingly. Do you have anything to say for yourself right now? Are you going to tell me why you guys killed Teresa?
No, because it didn't happen.
No, because it didn't happen because you were in Missouri, right? Right?
I've answered all of your questions.
Okay.
I can't.
All right, do you have anything else you want to say?
No.
Okay. If I want to talk to you again later on, will you talk to me?
I guess at this point...
Well, we're done right now, but I mean, if later on, when I see you in Florida, if I wanted to talk to you, will you talk to me? So you think about it, but...
It would depend on what you want to talk to me about. But
sure. And I want you to know, if you ever want to talk to me, you seek me out, and I will come to you.
Yeah.
Okay? No problem. Anytime you want.
Because you live down there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Court.
I'm all over the place.
Coral, isn't it? Is that where you're at, Cape Coral?
Do I live in Cape Coral?
I don't know, for some reason, I thought that's...
No, I don't ever. I never told you where I live.
Oh.
Why do you think I live in Cape Coral?
I don't. I guess I was wrong.
Oh.
I just, for some reason, in one of the conversations, maybe it might not have been you. Maybe it was.
Huh. Yeah, nope, not Cape Coral.
We watched the fireworks on the bridge on the 4th of July.
Cape Coral? What do you think?
It was awesome.
Yeah,
that was
crazy. It's very impressive.
It has that band set up and
that was neat.
Pretty cool.
Yes, neat. But with that being said, I want you to understand, because of these actions and because of your lack of action to explain yourself, that may be the last 4th of July fireworks show you ever see. I'm not being a smartass.
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
I want you to understand it. Okay.
There wasn't a lack of me explaining it. It was
no, there's a lack of
you believing it.
Well, a lack of you. Well, no.
No, lack of you telling the truth, and an overwhelming amount of you telling lies. That's what happened. And that's okay. Like I said, we'll get past the lies eventually. You'll tell the truth. And I will be there for you to listen. We'll have another moment. It'll be good.
Okay.
All right? Sit tight.
How's this work?
How's what work?
So I'm going...
You're going to go to Jeffco,
over there.
hold up, and then I'm going to have my U.S. Marshals friends. They're going to come get you and bring you down.
How do they do that?
They'll either fly or drive. I mean, I don't think they've ever done a train. I think they just do flying and driving. Right with you, okay? Sit tight. I'll put some pictures of you. I forgot to do that last time. How long you had those shoes?
Well, you know what? I had to buy them. You guys took all my shoes.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping to see some of the DNA that you guys were smart enough to buy new shoes at another place, which was smart. I didn't know that at that time yet, but I know now. So. Can you stand up, please? And trade sides with me. Go over there, please. Okay. Can you face that way? Can you turn slightly at an angle that way? And stay just like that. Don't move. Can you raise your hands up and stay at that angle?
Like over my head, or?
No, you're good like that. Just raise that way, because that's exactly the posture you had in that video we have of you. And then you completely face the wall. You can put your hands down now. And now can you face your... Yeah, keep going. Yep. Perfect. Hold. And turn and face me. And turn and face that way. I want to get that tattoo up close. Any other tattoos? Any other scars besides the ones on your legs? Oh, yeah, we got that.
Big ones.
Wait, we'll do one more.
Oh,
yep, you're good. Keep your hands up like this. As much as you can. Okay, forward. These are new shoes. No, I didn't think so. When did you get those shorts?
I have no idea.
Okay. How do you like them?
I like lots of pockets.
You like the pockets, right? I love the pockets. I love the pockets. Anything in your pockets right now?
No, they checked me a few times.
Yeah, I thought so. Hands, please. Yep, good. You'll do one at a time. We'll just do that one first. Perfect. Can you rotate your hand so I can see the inside of it? Yep, perfect. Good job. And same thing with the other hand. Tops. Yep. And rotate. Okay. Can you think of any other photos that would be beneficial?
Yeah, I think we'll be good.
What size shoe do you wear?
9.5.
9.5? Okay. I want to get a picture of your glasses too. You can keep your eyes open or closed, it's up to you. I'm not being funny, I swear to God, I'm trying to get your lenses. You're making me laugh now.
Your eyes are just drawn to that dot in the center of it.
Yeah, so like... Yeah, what is it? Is that a scar too? Right there? What happened there?
Yeah. It dripped solder on me when it was soldering over my head one time.
Hold on one second.
That's what that is.
Okay. Alright, take a seat. Oh, hey, before we go, Ronnie Bolin. Do you know anything about the death of Ronnie Bolin?
Oh, I remember when all that happened.
Did you kill Ronnie Bolin?
No.
Do you know who killed Ronnie Bolin?
No.
Did anybody ask you to help cover up the death of Ronnie Bolin?
No. And they checked out all kinds of stuff and went through all that, so they...
His family's looking for answers, so if you ever feel like finding them out...
Well, I was looking for answers. Ron was my friend.
I know. I hear you.
Yeah. You know, that whole thing was handled very badly because there were people that saw what kind of vehicles it was that he got out of. Apparently there was like a revival going on across the street from where they found his car, and the guy that was there overnight saw him drive in, get out of the car, get in some white truck with other people, and they drove off and left his car there. And I mean,
okay.
I don't think that they ever...
Where were you that night?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But
were you with Ronnie Bolin the night he disappeared?
No. I saw him, I don't know, a day or two before we had lunch, which was common for us. We met at, there was back then Pizza Hut had a buffet, lunch buffet. It was what you could eat. We used to meet there.
That's nice.
A couple times.
Good memories.
Because Ron worked for me for a little while.
Why do you think he went missing?
I don't know.
What would your guess be?
Drugs, honestly.
Why?
Because he was into that. He was asking me that day when we had lunch.
What kind of drugs did he do?
You know, honestly, I'm not sure what all it was.
What did he ask you at lunch?
Doing. I think it was like crack or I can't even remember for sure. I mean, it's been so long ago.
Okay.
But he was asking me if I knew anywhere where he could get stuff at, and I didn't. I mean, that's something that's never been my thing.
Well, yeah,
not crack.
Not crack. no, but meth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant drugs were never your thing. I'm like, wait a minute, come on.
No.
All right.
Yeah. No, I did my battle with that, but I've never tried any of the other stuff, the heroin or crack or any of that stuff. I just pills. I've never wasn't my thing. So. Okay.
All right. Sit tight. I'm gonna get somebody to transport you.
Okay. Come on, let's go.
It's intermission time.
And it has to be read with specially trained eyes. For example, inexperienced eyes would probably overlook the valid evidence that are apparent on this coffee table. But in the law of evidence, you can't guess. You have to be sure. Ashtrays, being open to view and easy of access, are logical places to use your eyes for evidence of violations. And the logical evidence to look for is a partly consumed visible differences. Note the burned end of the ordinary cigarette. Cigarette tobacco contains a burning agent that keeps the tobacco ignited and burning smoothly. Result: fine gray ash and an evenly burned end. Has no such burning agent mixed with it. Therefore, it's hard to keep lit. It burns unevenly and generally ends up as a scorched, irregularly burned butt. Note this burned hot spot in the paper. Unrefined, called unmanicured, often contains seeds. Seeds burn very hot, often exploding like tiny bombs through the paper.
There you go. Let's see, right there. They'll be right in here.
Jimmy. Sorry for making you wait. Had to use the bathroom. Apologize.
I'm gonna use the bathroom myself. They won't let me.
You get to use the bathroom yet?
Yeah.
Let's go use the bathroom. I'm gonna get set up, okay?
Alright.
Sorry, let's go for it.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, there's no way. I'm gonna make you wait. Use the bathroom. Privacy away from everybody else because I respect your privacy and I respect how cool you've been with me. Do you remember last time I came up here?
Yes.
Do you understand I'm from Florida?
Yes.
You remember
so
that,
I
right?
couldn't understand why he was arresting me on a probation violation. That makes no sense.
No, not at all. Well, either way, when a warrant is entered NCIC, anybody can execute that warrant. So I didn't exactly. It was Washington County. I was with them. I think you know why I'm here. So what I want to do is talk to you. I want to know your side of things because right now, all I know is what I've been told by everybody else, and I don't think it's fair to hear other people's stories behind your back without talking to you first because you're hardworking and you've always been respectful to me, and I could tell that when I first met you. It made me have a lot of respect for you. Because when you just first meet people, even when you meet them under a negative circumstance or something that you're following up on, people are automatically uncomfortable. But no matter what your level of comfort was, you were polite to me and you were respectful. And I remember you telling me about your prior dealings with law enforcement. I had similar dealings myself in a certain city I lived in Florida, which led me on my path to a different place. However, I appreciate the human condition. That does sound crazy. You know what I mean?
The sheriff's alright. It's just, I don't know, it's ridiculous some of the things that we've done though.
Yeah, what I look at it like this. Everybody's different. You think about all the people you've met, just at your job right now, right?
Yeah.
You have people that act certain ways, and you have other people that do different things. And there are people that are cool, people that are not cool.
Yeah.
And then everything in between.
Yep.
And just because someone has one job versus another job or career path doesn't change the fact that they're just different people in that job. Doesn't make them better, doesn't make them worse.
No.
You know that. I mean, think about the people you've had to meet all over.
Like Augie Bush, when I worked for him, that guy was a complete asshole. I've worked for a lot of other people, like poor, live in a trailer park, very nice.
Well, no matter what you're
saying, I'm just saying,
and
that's what I'm saying, is like, the range of variety of people I've worked for is very, very much.
Same here, and I've had people really well-to-do, treat me wonderful, and I've had others think that it's somehow elevated them to a position above me, and that I was beneath them, and less of a person than them, and we're not. We're all just people doing our thing, and we all try to get along for the most part. We make decisions and choices that.
So what is this?
This is my Miranda card. I have a little fortune cookie on the other side. That's for implied consents for someone for a DUI with multiple side. What I want to do is I also want to hear your side of the story. I want to explain to you why I'm here, and I want to hear your input on it, because
I want to hear why you're here.
Well, I'm going to read you your rights, and I'll answer your questions if you answer mine, and if you understand your rights at any time when you're hearing me explain things.
Yes.
You have a right to stop talking at any time, obviously, right? Because you've heard this before. So what I have to do, though, is legally I need to read this to you, and I want to make sure you understand everything, okay? So I'm going to do that now. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and to have them with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer, just like I was summarizing a second ago. After everything I just read to you, do you understand everything I just read to you?
Yes.
Okay. With these rights in mind, will you still talk to me now?
No.
Okay.
Well, I would like to know why I'm being questioned when I've already answered your questions.
I'm confused. You just told me you won't talk to me, but now you're re-engaging me. Will you still talk to me after I read these rights?
No.
Okay. Okay. Sit tight. We're gonna take care of you and get you back to where you need to be. Okay.
Am I going to a federal hold facility?
Eventually, yes. Yeah, we'll come get you.
All right. I thought that's what y'all was here to do.
No, I'm here following up on a homicide. I have a search warrant to obtain your DNA and your fingerprints. Pardon me?
Is that okay?
I'm going to read it to you first. That way you understand it. The state of Missouri, county of Washington, and the circuit of the 24th Judicial Circuit of Missouri at Potosi, Washington County, Missouri, in Division 3. Search warrant to any peace officer in the state of Missouri. Greetings. Whereas, an application and affidavit in writing, duly verified by oath, having been filed with the undersigned judge of this court, stating upon information and belief that the following property, articles, materials, or substances that constitutes evidence of criminal activity in violation of Chapter 565 of the revised statutes of the state of Missouri, as well as in violation of Chapter 782 of the Florida state statutes, to wit, a DNA buccal swab, fingerprints, and palm prints of Jimmy Ray Rodgers, described as white male, brown hair, brown eyes, approximately 5'10", 210 pounds, date of birth 4/11/1990. Said items are to be obtained from the aforementioned subject, located in the County of Washington, state of Missouri. Whereas the judge of this court, from the sworn allegations of said application and from the supporting written affidavit filed therewith, has found that there's probable cause to believe the allegations of the affidavit to be true, and that probable cause exists for the issuance of a search warrant herein. Now therefore, you are commanded to obtain the DNA buccal swab in accordance with reasonable medical procedures, fingerprints, and palm prints from the above subject within 10 days after the issuance of this warrant, and take with you the power of your county and obtain any evidence DNA which could be found, and take the same into your possession, making a complete and accurate inventory, and by giving such person a copy of that inventory together with a copy of this warrant, and that you prepare a duly verified copy of the inventory thereof and file it with this court as your return to this warrant, so this court may deal with it in accordance with the law. Witness my hand on this date of August 25th, 2015 at approximately 12:43 p.m. by Judge Ide. Have you ever had this done?
Nope.
All it is like a Q-tip that you would put in your ear. I'm going to put it in your mouth and just scrub the inside of your cheek. It doesn't hurt at all. It's very gentle. You can sit. And you'll get a copy of this too. Open your mouth, please. Thank you. Back.
All right.
Are you a U.S. Marshal?
I'm with the FBI.
Will you be transporting me?
No, sir. No, sir. They'll probably send a marshal. They might just take it up themselves. I don't know yet. I don't know when that'll be either.
Be there tonight sometime, right?
I don't know. I don't know. many tattoos you got?
I don't know. Quite a few.
Just gonna go with you on your property. I'll be right back.
Been all these since I was, I don't know, 17.
Oh.
Only thing I can say that was smart about it is I kept them where you can't see it.
What's that?
Time. Only thing I can say is I was smart, at least back when I was a kid and got them. Just kept them where you can't hardly see them.
Yeah, no nice tattoos either.
No.
You like employment, basically.
Yeah, how I work 60 hours a week and make $14 an hour.
Where's your working man?
Wow. I was hoping that if I can go in front of a judge, but consider this nonsense, I don't know, questioning.
I mean, you know what it's about, so, you know.
Can you do me a favor? Please stand up. Put your back to the wall. Can you put your hands against the wall and lift up your left foot so I can see the bottom of your tread?
A little bit higher if you can, Jimmy.
We're going to take it anyway. Other foot, please. Put that down, please. Thank you. Can you turn and face this way? Thank you.
Am I formally being charged with anything?
Here's the thing. You read your Miranda rights. You invoke your rights to remain silent. If you're reapproaching me to talk, I'll talk with you, but it's only because you're reapproaching me. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
I'm not going to violate your rights, but I would love to talk to you. Can you face me, please? That's cool. That's from, I just realized that's from Christmas Story. That's awesome.
It was for Father's Day.
That's nice. I love that movie. Taylor got that? That's cool. Very cool. This way, please.
Did you own a Firebird?
Yes, I used to collect Trans Ams.
What year?
I had an 87, 7 between 94 and 97, a 2001, a 68 Firebird, and a 69 Trans Am.
I'm talking about it.
It's cool. Fast cars. And can you face back the wall again? That way. Yep. Can you raise your arms up, please? Thank you. What does it say?
Fuck the feds.
Feds.
I'm offended.
You're half offended.
This is true.
Was that your, is it, they don't call it a prison, Bureau of Prisons number, or?
No.
What is that?
I'll put my shirt back down.
One moment. And I want to get your chest, please.
Put my shirt back on.
Okay. May I help you?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. What's that say?
Government.
Anarchy?
Just the
You're not gonna smoke the pipe?
Government's on the pipe.
Government's on the pipe, right. And then this is your astrological symbol? Or is
Chinese
it
9.
Chinese 9 meaning
That was
assassin
9
or
where my
what?
mom was died.
Say that again?
That was 9 where my mom died.
Okay. Was she murdered?
They ruled it as suicide, but yeah.
That's terrible. Is there any other tattoos I missed on your back or anything?
Wow.
Do you have any
My
scars?
right ankle. I got my mother's initials on my left ankle. I got my grandfather's.
I'm gonna help you with your shirt. Okay, and you said left ankle?
Right hand, left.
That's who now?
My mother, Nancy K. Rodgers.
Where did she pass?
In my old house. They ruled it as suicide.
What city was this?
Paris, Missouri.
Paris, Missouri. And who's this?
Anton Lee Klupek, my grandpa.
What happened to Grandpa?
Heart failure.
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
You serious scars or anything?
Well, actually, I guess I do actually got some.
Oh, wow. What are these?
Some stars. I don't know. Some of the first tattoos I ever did.
You did these? It's awesome. It's good detail.
That you can't really make out.
Skull?
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
That's crazy.
It's like,
Okay. Can you take a seat for a moment, please? I'll be right back. I'm ready to go, but it's too hot here.
no, it's fine.
So is this a warrant for questioning?
You know, like he made it very clear. He'd love to talk to you. You know.
I just don't trust cops. You know, you gotta look at my side of the view. Like, found out my late father was a gun collector. You know, Dad used to refinance the house, buy 2-3 guns at a time.
Yeah.
Well, then they didn't have enough room to store them, so they stored them with Roy Bodie, my uncle, a convicted felon. Signed off on paperwork for the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, the Northeastern District Task Force. He's holding on to these guns for him. A felon. And then they come to my home, where I'm a convicted felon, place these guns in my home. Gave my brother a receipt when they returned them, gave him a receipt when they took them. Said it's okay as long as they're kept put up. PO says it's okay. Then they call the ATF on me for having them there.
Jim, man, I can't, I don't know nothing about your past.
So,
but
well, that was my...
There's no games here. I mean,
I
you know what I'm saying?
Well, I was just telling you about my past.
I know.
I simply, from my experiences, it's just always best to shut up. You want to talk about cars, football, whatever.
Pluses and minuses to everything, right?
That there is.
So,
Pluses is, I wouldn't have met the good woman I met if I wouldn't have been through the things I've been through.
yeah,
Got me a kid on the way.
yeah.
Got me a good job. So I'm hoping, I don't know, that they don't actually send me back to prison. Hopefully I just go back to the halfway house or something like, no. I'm done good.
That depends on you, man. I mean,
Well, I ain't really fucked up ever on paper. Like, I don't get high. I work all the time. Can't afford it.
you know exactly what this is about.
Yeah, I know. I know what I'm here for.
Hmm?
I didn't do anything, so, oh.
You wouldn't be here if you didn't. It's one of those things, man. You gotta think about that.
my old lady get my car home?
Yep. It's in the drive, man. Nice and safe.
Cool. Y'all give her a ride to the car?
Yeah. Yeah.
I take it y'all went to my home prior to picking me up?
We did. We did.
My old lady know where I'm being held at?
I'd feel more comfortable if you asked the detective, you know what I mean? Again, it's the whole engaging thing, you know what I'm saying? If you want to talk, we can talk. You don't have to stop when you want to stop. So.
I don't want to talk because it's like, I don't know.
You want to listen? You want to listen?
I don't mind listening.
Huh?
I'm a good listener.
Who? He didn't come back up, I don't think. Is that for us, though?
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
It's 2 of you.
2 of them? Appreciate it, ma'am.
That's all we have, so.
What's only use one problem?
What is it?
It's like a suit. Maybe season your clothes. I think.
For as messed up as this building is, it's actually in good shape.
Yeah.
Considering most of the places I've been.
Such crazy.
Our courthouse, the electricity's on the outside of the walls.
Where's that?
Paris, Missouri.
Oh, Paris. Where's that at?
Know where Columbia is?
Yeah.
It's about 45 minutes away from there.
What direction?
I know you go to Moberly, then 23 miles down 154.
Never been there.
Like where the Mark Twain Lake is at.
I think I was there when I was younger. I think.
In the FBI, you're probably, I don't know, more used to like St. Louis area.
I'm running the city, man. I'm running the city.
All the feds I know went from like military to law enforcement to the feds, etc., so forth. Like,
I'm with Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, so I'm the deputy. I'm assigned to the FBI, the task force officer.
no,
So I'm not like a
no, so your task force.
regular agent. Yeah.
Gotcha. I was thinking he was actual true FBI.
No.
Eastern District.
No, sir. I am in the Eastern though.
I was gonna say like, I don't know quite a few federal agents out of the Western District.
Who you got? Who you know?
Just a few people.
Oh, you're so goddamn secretive, man.
Well, it's just one of those things that just don't really say.
Huh?
It's just one of those things that just really don't say.
It's your prerogative, man. It's your prerogative.
My dad was.
Need to take your shoes off.
Okay. Cool. Excuse me.
Alright, need you to stand up and put your back against that wall. Back against that wall. Try it for me.
Same thing he did.
Huh?
So the same thing that he did with the pictures.
Maybe.
Alright, take your pants off. Do you have a belt?
Nope.
Right. Did you come in with a belt?
Nope.
Do we want this recorded?
You can go back and fix.
Hey, Jenkins!
Have a seat.
Hey, sir.
She wasn't laughing after hers that was taken up too much.
Yeah. How's it feel, alright?
Yeah. It's alright.
Good?
Yep.
Property. We're on your property, alright?
Yeah, I was. Yep.
It smells funny here all of a sudden. Looks weird. We're waiting on it. We're waiting on you.
Oh, are you waiting? We're ready for you. I thought you were waiting on something else. No, we're ready to go downstairs and get that started.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get started.
Okay, yeah, we're ready to go.
Moving? What's wrong with Jimmy?
It's intermission time.
These bomb craters are clearly visible even at a distance to those who use their eyes. This, of course, is in itself the best evidence of all. It has distinctive characteristics. Learn them. Use your eyes. It also has a distinctive aroma. So use your nose as well as your eyes. It has a sweet, musty odor that is easy to identify. Knowing this, keepers often try to hide the telltale fragrance of grass smoke by burning incense in the room. Therefore, the presence of incense or incense burners in a room should be noted. As a matter of fact, use has been established. Every kind of humidor or container that looks suspicious should be closely inspected.
The purposes of just swearing in Miss Shoemaker, being that we are in Washington County, Missouri, I have Deputy
Corporal Jenkins.
Corporal Jenkins present, and he is going to put Miss Shoemaker under oath. All right, Taylor, obviously you recognize both of us to be law enforcement officers, specifically Corporal Jenkins, who is a law enforcement officer in the state of Missouri, more specifically Washington County.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
I didn't realize that was a question.
No, that's fine. And him, being that he is a law enforcement officer, he's empowered to take sworn oath. It's basically a sworn statement, which means you're going to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, correct?
Yes.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? And Corporal Jenkins, can you just have her, basically put her under oath, have her swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth throughout the course of our statement?
All right. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth,
Yes.
throughout the entirety of your statement?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Corporal. I appreciate it. All right, now that that's out of the way. Obviously, you remember when I came to speak to you a couple weeks ago, right?
Yes.
Sergeant Webb and myself came to your house and we came to speak to you. And you remember what it was regarding?
Yeah.
What was it regarding?
Wayne murdering Mark's wife.
Okay. And when we spoke to Jimmy in your presence, he told us that he had never been in Florida, had never gone to Florida, and had no contact with Wayne. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But now we came to your house earlier today, and we had a search warrant for your house. And speaking with you, you told me that Jimmy Ray Rodgers, who is your boyfriend, actually did go to Florida with Wayne for the purpose of committing a murder.
Yeah.
For a sum of money, correct?
Yes.
And how much money was he supposed to get for this?
Close to $10,000.
Okay. Can you start from the beginning and let me know everything that happened and about how you learned about what happened and everything you did leading up to us talking today?
Well, it was kind of pieced together over time.
No, I know, but just take your time and
He
just
just
kind of...
randomly told me stuff.
Okay.
It wasn't like a big long conversation. I was just like, like after you guys came, I asked him if he went to Florida, and he told me yeah. And then I asked him what he went down there for, and he said to make money. And then asked him how he's gonna make money, and it was murdering Mark's wife.
Okay. Who is Teresa Sievers?
Yeah.
The doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And did he say how he murdered her?
With a hammer.
And why do you think he would use a hammer?
Jimmy.
Is that his weapon of choice? Or?
Yes.
From what you were telling me, do they call him the Hammer? He calls himself the Hammer, or what's?
Everybody calls him Jimmy the Hammer. All of his friends back home,
And you had indicated to me that's because that's his weapon of choice whenever he has to do something.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to go to the beginning now that we're talking about. Remember when we came to talk to you? We believed at that time that that Wayne and possibly Jimmy had left for Florida on June 27, 2015, and got back around June 29, 2015. So that would be a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Yeah.
Now at that time...
He was only gone for a few days.
Yeah, so 3 or 4 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the 27th, which would have been a Friday, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was a Friday.
It was a Friday, right?
Left.
When he left. Wayne came to the house to pick him up, correct?
Yes, in a white car.
In a white car?
It was a rental.
A rental? Was it like a Hyundai or anything like that? Do you remember what kind?
I don't know what kind it was. I just know it was a newer car and it was a rental.
And it was earlier in the morning?
Yes, it was real early in the morning.
Around what time? I know you're not going to remember the exact
About
time.
7:38.
Oh, about 7:38. Oh, so you do remember the exact time. Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah, because I don't do mornings.
Yeah, we're going to say quick. Do you remember why he was leaving? Why he told you he was leaving?
He didn't tell me why he was leaving.
He just said he was leaving for a couple days?
He said he was going to work at that time. I didn't know that he was going to Florida at that time.
Did he have any bags packed with him or anything that you saw? Did he bring anything with him?
I didn't see him leave with anything, so maybe he had it already all packed in the car.
Okay.
Because whenever he came back, he had all the stuff that I informed you guys about.
Do you remember what he was wearing when he left?
No, I don't.
Okay. So it was a Friday at around 7:38 a.m. Wayne came in a white car that you know was a rental vehicle?
I think it was that white shirt.
The white compression shirt that we talked about, or like the white tight shirt, smaller shirt?
The white one that sticks to his body.
Okay. And he just told you that he was going to work. Did you think it was weird that he was going to work with Wayne, or just because they hang out so much together? You didn't
Just
think anything?
because they hang out together all the time, I just figured it was normal.
Okay. And did he have a cell phone or anything with him?
Yeah.
Do you remember what kind of cell phone it was?
It was a cheap $20 touchscreen from Walmart. They only had them for a limited time.
Okay. And do you remember the phone number that he was using at that time?
Yes.
Can you tell it to me?
573-864-1179.
573
864
864
1179.
1179. And is he currently still using that number?
Yes.
He just switched it from phone to phone?
Yeah.
Um,
It's under his brother's plan.
Okay, his brother in California?
Yeah.
Gotcha. What's his brother's name, just out of curiosity?
Jackie Rodgers.
Jackie Rodgers? So now when he leaves, you just assume that he's going to work. Do you have any phone contact with him in between there? Any texting or anything like that?
Yeah, he texts me and tell me he loves me, or he called me and tell me he loves me. But that's all that our conversation ever was, just like, hey, how you doing?
So he never like told you where he was
No.
or where he was going or anything like that? And did you ever ask him?
I just figured he was working.
Okay. Did you ever ask him like when he's coming home or anything? Or?
No.
Okay. So what day do you think he gets home?
It was Monday whenever he came.
So that would have been Monday,
Yeah.
June 30th?
Yeah.
Do you remember around what time?
No, that's just what time he got home. Well, to my mom's to pick me up.
Was it like the afternoon or evening when he came to your mom's?
I really don't remember.
Okay. And your mom's in Belterra, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Or Bonterra, I'm sorry, I keep saying
Yeah,
that.
Bonterra.
So now when he picked you up, do you remember what he's wearing? Do you wear anything anything?
I don't remember.
Can't remember? Okay. What did he tell you about working or anything?
Oh, I do remember what he was wearing.
Okay.
It was that red Budweiser shirt.
The red Budweiser shirt? Okay. The one that you showed me in the closet today?
Yes.
Okay. And had he owned that shirt before he went away?
No.
Okay. So he brought it back with him? So now he picks you up at your mom's house, which we assume is going to be in the evening on Monday, the 30th.
I'm pretty sure it was the evening.
Okay. Do you go back to your house, or where do you go?
Yeah, we went back to my house.
What did he pick you up at? Do you remember?
His car.
Oh, his black Kia?
Yeah.
Okay. So he picks you and the kids up, and you go back home?
Mm-hmm.
Did he unload anything out of the car?
No.
Nothing?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It was already inside in the kitchen.
It was inside the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay, when you say it, what do you mean?
A white cooler and a black backpack. And
Okay.
a lot of stuff in it.
Okay, so the white cooler, and just so I got this straight, the white cooler that was in there was the white cooler that you showed me in the back of the van today at your house,
Yes.
right? Okay. And what was in the white cooler?
A box of gloves. A hammer. Something else I can't remember right now.
Just take your time with things. There's nothing, no rush. I know you're tired.
I can't remember.
Okay, can you describe the gloves for me?
They came up about 3 inches past your wrist.
So to about here?
Yeah, about right here.
Okay. And what color were they?
They were dark blue.
Dark blue? And were they like latex or?
Yes, they were latex.
So they were blue latex gloves that came 3 inches past the wrist about?
Yeah, they were just a little bit thicker than a doctor's glove.
Were they in a box or anything like that?
Yeah, they were in a glove box, in an actual glove box.
Cardboard glove
Yeah,
box?
yeah.
Okay. And were there any used gloves in there that you saw?
No.
No. Alright, so you said you saw
The
a
jumpsuit that he had in the black backpack was rolled up.
Okay, we'll get to that one second. I just want to make sure that we have everything in the cooler. So there's gloves in the cooler
Mm-hmm.
and a hammer, you said, right?
Yeah.
And what did the hammer look like?
It was a ball peen hammer, had a black handle.
So it's a ball peen hammer with a black handle.
Yeah.
And was anything else in the cooler that you could think of?
I'm thinking his shoes was.
Yeah, you mentioned something about black shoes, right?
Yeah, they're dress shoes.
Dress shoes?
Yeah, kind of like dress shoes.
You said something that were like a...
Like a boot and a dress shoe. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but...
Okay, what color were they?
They were black.
So they had like the sole of the boot
Yeah.
But they looked like dress shoes on the top?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see anything on them or anything like that?
No.
Were they in a bag or anything, or just sitting in the cooler?
They were just in the cooler.
Okay. So in the cooler there was gloves, a hammer, and shoes.
And shoes, that's it.
Okay. And then he also had a black backpack.
Yeah.
Had you ever seen that black backpack before, or did he
Yes,
bring
it's
that back?
mine.
Oh, that's your backpack?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was in that backpack?
The only thing that I seen him pull out was the rolled up jumpsuit, dark blue jumpsuit.
And that's the jumpsuit that you showed me that you had to throw out the window.
Yeah, that he had me throw out the window.
Did you see anything on the jumpsuit, or it was just rolled up?
No, it was just rolled up. I didn't see anything.
Did you see anything else in the black bag?
No, I didn't see anything else.
Okay.
Because he took it off into the bedroom.
Can you think of anything else that he had with him?
Mm-mm.
Had you ever seen those overalls before? Did they belong to him before that, or did he buy them? Oh, so he owned them before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He got them from one of the places that he worked for Tyler Juliet.
Oh, okay. So now, as time goes on,
They're fireproof.
Fireproof?
Yeah.
Okay. As time goes on now, did you ever talk about his trip again after that before I came to talk to you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you tell me what you talked about?
I don't remember when it was, but we were laying in bed at my mom's, and I told him that I knew. I didn't actually know.
Mm-hmm.
It was after you guys came, and I told him that I knew that he had something to do with it.
Okay.
And then he started asking me questions like, what I know about, and I'm like, well, I know you went down there to kill somebody. And then he said, yeah. And then I took a guess at Mark's wife, and then he said, yeah.
When you said Mark's wife, you're talking about Teresa Sievers, the doctor that was killed?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I said, did you shoot her? And he said, no. And I said, then how'd you kill her? And he made a stupid little chuckle that he does, and then said, with a hammer.
He said with a hammer?
Yeah.
Okay. What else did he tell you about that?
That's it.
You guys didn't have any other conversation about it?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I got scared after that. And
I
just tried not to
definitely
talk
understand
about
that. So basically from the time that he got home from Florida to the time that I talked to you, you didn't know really why he went down there.
Mm-mm.
But then when Sergeant Levitt and myself came to talk to you that day and told you why we were there,
Mm-hmm.
did you kind of figure that's why he was down there? Or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I pretty much told him that I knew that was the reason then he admitted it to me.
Okay. So now what happens from there? Because I understand you said that that he called Wayne after we talked to you guys, and then you guys had a meeting at a bar.
That was right after. Okay. It was the next day that we were laying at my mom's after you guys came,
Mm-hmm.
and he told me about using a hammer on her.
Okay.
I can't remember her name, but and then the day after that is whenever I met up at Hub's Pub with Wayne.
Hub's Pub?
Yeah.
Where's that in?
Bonterre.
Bonterre.
And then they talked privately, and then Wayne was asking me questions what you guys were asking me. Like.
So when you guys go to meet, when you met up, was it specifically to talk about us?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that Jimmy, and when you say Wayne, do you mean Curtis Wright?
Yes.
Is that Curtis Wayne
Yeah.
Wright? Okay.
I never even knew his first name was Curtis until you guys came.
Until we talked to you, but that's the same person that we're talking
Yeah.
about? Okay. And what did he ask you?
Like what you guys were asking me. Like what you guys told me. If you guys offered me any money. That's pretty much it.
Okay, and did you tell him anything? It's okay if you did,
I just said you guys just came there and was just asking like if I knew that of him going to Florida.
What did he say to that?
Huh?
What did he say that when you told him that? What did he say?
He didn't say anything.
What was his demeanor, at the look on his face, his expression and stuff?
Just a casual look.
Did he seem worried or?
Yeah, he seemed worried. I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
He was worried that I knew something.
Okay, and then you told us.
I could see that expression. Yeah, the look in his eye looked like he thought that I knew something. I mean, he was like, that's why he kept asking me so many questions. I couldn't even remember all the questions he asked me.
But he asked you a lot of questions about us and what we knew and stuff like that. Did he tell you?
And what I told you and stuff like that.
Did he ask anything specific about us or that you can think of, or did he ask you? Did he ask you to tell us something different, or did he prepare a story for you or anything, or he said?
He didn't know that I knew anything.
Okay. Did he tell you not to talk to us?
Yeah.
He did?
He gave Jimmy his attorney's card.
Okay.
And he told me that to call them, and he also told us to get a harassment, file something on you guys, and I can't think of what it's called.
Restraining order?
Restraining order,
okay.
Yeah.
So what happens from there? At what point does Jimmy start getting rid of all the evidence? Does he have you start throwing stuff out of the window?
That was right after you guys came, the same day.
Oh, okay. So this was before you had the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So the same day that we come, so you don't even know that 100%. He hadn't even told you yet. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't even know why
So,
he was throwing stuff out the window.
So tell me about what happens after we leave. What starts happening?
Well, he tells me to get in the car and that we're taking a ride, and I got really scared. And we went down to his work at Doe Run, and he went in there and drenched his phone in water and then broke it to pieces.
Where did he trench it in water? Like a puddle or a sink or?
A water fountain, drinking fountain.
At his workplace?
At his workplace.
That's Doe Run, right?
Yeah.
Where's that?
By Burnham, Missouri.
Where is it?
By Burnham.
By Burnham? Oh, okay. He has a locker there or something, I assume?
Yeah.
So he drenches the phone that he took down there in water, in the water fountain.
And then he crushed it into about 5 pieces.
How'd he crush it?
I didn't see him.
Oh, okay.
He just told me that he stomped on it and crushed it.
Okay.
So
what happens from there?
And then he comes, gets back in the car, hands me the phone, drives down that highway right by his work. I'm not sure what it's called. I'm thinking it's Y, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But he hands me the phone and tells me to throw it out piece by piece.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ask why, or you just did it?
No, I just did it. I was scared.
Okay. It's understandable.
And then we went to my mom's.
Okay. So what happens from there?
We just went to bed. We didn't talk about it in front of my mom.
Well, I know that, but you said that he had you throw gloves and a jumpsuit out of the window on Highway 47 East.
That was... I'm so confused right now. I'm tired.
No, take your time. I know it's been a long day. Take your time.
I remember getting rid of something before you guys came. That was... Didn't I say that was the gloves and the jumpsuit before you guys came, or was it after? I don't know.
Before you told me after. It was after we got there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
so then, yeah, we went back by the house. That's right. We didn't go straight to my mom's. We went right back by the house. And we stopped there, and they got the stuff. Came out, brought it. He had it wrapped up in a towel.
He had it wrapped in a towel?
Yeah.
And what was inside the towel?
The jumpsuit and the gloves.
Jumpsuit and the box of gloves?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that's whenever we went to my mom's, and on the way to my mom's, then I threw it out.
Okay. And this was on Highway 47 East where you took me today, right?
Yeah, towards Bonterra.
Okay. And were you driving in the front seat?
Yes, I was in front passenger.
All right, front passenger seat. And why did you pick that specific spot to throw it out of the road?
He told me to throw it there because there's no houses.
Okay. You didn't want anybody to find it or see that you were throwing the stuff out? So
he wanted me to throw it in the river, but my reaction was a little bit late because I was tired and from you guys being there, and my mind was
racing, thinking about what's happening? Yeah.
So it took me a minute to click in what he said, and then I threw it out.
Okay. So did you throw the gloves first, or did you
I threw the gloves first.
Okay.
And then the jumpsuit.
And then you waited a minute and threw the jumpsuit?
Yeah, I waited a minute, then threw the jumpsuit.
Okay. And the jumpsuit that you took me to today, Sergeant Jacob,
and
myself?
Yes, that's the one that I threw out the window.
Without doubt, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
no doubt.
And, okay. So now, and you still don't know anything about what happened yet, right? He tells you that night at your mom's?
Yeah, he tells me the next night at my mom's.
Okay, well, you're laying in bed.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys have, after that night, does anything else happen?
Nothing else happened that night after you guys came. It was the next night, then he told me what I told you.
Okay. So just from memory, I know it's hard to remember, from the day that we talked to you, that day you went to his work.
Yeah, that's the same day. The same day that you guys came there is the same day that we got rid of everything.
Of everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you took all that stuff, went to his work, and then started...
Oh, before we left though, right after you guys left, before we took off and took that ride to get rid of that stuff, he threw away those shoes in the dumpster.
Okay, the black shoes?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That was before we got there or right after we left?
It was right after.
Right after we left?
No. That was before.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that was before you guys came. And then,
was that because he heard that we were at Wayne's house?
Yeah, because Wayne contacted him and told him. And he also threw away my shirt in the dumpster that said Florida on it.
Okay. You left that part out, you might have forgot, but it's okay.
Yeah,
so
did.
he came back with presents for you from Florida?
Yeah, that sign that says, please excuse the mess, my kids are making memories.
Okay, that's the one that was hanging in the kitchen by the living room, right?
Yes.
And what else?
And then the shirt that said Florida something beach on it, it was white.
And what happened to that?
And threw it away with the shoes in the dumpster.
Okay.
Before you guys came.
Before we came, because that's because we were at Wayne's house and Wayne contacted him. What did Wayne tell him?
That you guys kicked in his door and held him in the jail or something like that.
Okay. Did he tell Jimmy to guys start getting rid of stuff, or?
I don't know. They just.
Oh, you just know that he called and told him what happened.
Yeah, I didn't hear the conversation.
Okay, so right before that.
I just know what he told me, which was that Wayne called and.
And who threw him in the dumpster? You or Jimmy?
Jimmy did.
Jimmy did. Okay.
He walked it down there.
Gotcha. And it was the shirt and the shoes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But he kept the Budweiser shirt?
Yeah.
Okay. And the backpack?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my cooler.
And the white cooler that we got out of the van?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what about the hammer?
I don't know where that went.
I
don't know if he got rid of it or if
Alright,
it's
you didn't see where it went?
Okay.
Had Jimmy ever mentioned anything about Wayne's participation in this?
No.
Did he ever mention, how did you know that Wayne's car was a rental?
Because it wasn't his car.
So you just assumed it was a rental?
Well, I knew it was a rental.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know. I don't know how to explain that.
Alright, it just clicked that it was he's not driving his car, and it's a new car, so
his
you just
car
assumed
was in the shop.
Okay.
So
makes sense.
Yeah, I
Okay.
just figured.
Well, I didn't know if he told you it's a rental or you saw some rental paperwork or something like that. You said it was a white car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so just so I got everything straight, I'm just going to go through this real quick and just make sure that, and stop me if I'm wrong, but this is the general idea that I got, okay? So on June 27, 2015, at approximately 7:38 a.m., that's what you said, Jimmy left with Wayne, what you thought was to go to work in a white rental vehicle. And where was Wayne driving?
I knew it was a rental vehicle because Wayne's car
Was in the shop?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
in the shop.
And do you remember if Wayne was driving or Jimmy drove?
I don't know. I didn't watch him.
He just said goodbye and that was it?
I just kissed him at the door and closed the door.
Okay.
I didn't see him pull off or anything.
And you said that you did talk to him a little bit while he was away.
Yeah.
And just basically like, I love you and I miss you and I'll see you soon. And then on Monday, June 30th, in the evening time, he picks you up in his black Kia.
Yeah.
You and the kids, and you go back to the house.
Yeah.
And you say when you get back to the house, he's got the white cooler, and there is a box of blue latex gloves that go about 3 inches past the wrist.
Yeah.
There is a bolt peen hammer with a black handle, you said?
Yes.
And you said also a pair of black shoes that looked like a boot sole but a dress shoe top. Okay. And you said he also had a black backpack.
Yeah.
And inside the black backpack was rolled up was the
The
coveralls.
black backpack is Under Armour. That was mine.
Oh, it's an Under Armour backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a $100 backpack.
Is that the one in the back seat right now of the Kia?
Was? Or did you guys not take it?
No, I took it, but that's the one though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Yeah, that's...
Okay, so in the black backpack, he's got over those blue overalls that you took us to today,
Mhm.
that you have no doubt that they're the same.
Yes.
Rolled up in there.
Yes.
Okay. So then after that, you basically don't talk about it because you assume that he's at work.
Mhm.
And then when I say we, I mean myself and Sergeant Levitt and the assistants of Jefferson County went to Wayne's house and served a search warrant.
Mhm.
And after we served the search warrant, he called Jimmy
Yeah.
and told him what happened.
Yeah.
And from what you're telling me, it looks like Jimmy started to panic a little bit.
Yes.
And got rid of the black
Definitely
boots.
panicked.
He definitely panicked?
Yeah.
How do you know that he was panicking, just out of curiosity?
Just like his expressions and
Okay.
after he talked to Wayne.
And he got rid of the Florida shirt that he brought you?
Yes.
Do you remember if it was Fort Myers Beach?
Yes, it was.
Oh, it was?
It was. That's what it said on it.
So it was a white shirt that said Fort Myers Beach on it?
Yes.
Okay. So he took that shirt and he took the black shoes and he walked them down to the dumpster, you said?
Yes.
In off of West Briar. By your trailer?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything when he came back or why he was going down there?
No, he came back and told me to get in the car. We were going for a ride.
Okay. So then I believe it was 2 days later we come to talk to you, right? After he does this?
It was the day before that he got rid of all that.
No, that's what I'm saying. So the next day we come to talk
Yeah,
to you.
yeah.
Okay. So now we come to talk to you, and that's when he told us that he never went to Florida and doesn't talk to Wayne and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't say anything because from what you're telling me, you were terrified.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Still am.
Yeah, because you look scared when we talk to you. So then after that, after we leave, you guys go to his place of employment in Doe Run.
Yes.
And where's that? I'm sorry.
By Burnham, Missouri.
Viburnum, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes and he takes the cell phone
Mm-hmm.
and he drowns it in water in a water fountain and then
Mhm.
smashes it.
Yeah, into 5 pieces.
Okay. Does he bring anything else out with him?
No.
Okay, so I assume the gloves and the...
We stopped back by the house and got
Alright, so you go to his work and then you go back to the house.
Mhm.
Okay. And he picks up the
gloves.
The gloves?
And jumpsuit.
and they were rolled in a towel, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now you're going towards your mom's house in Bonne Terre at this point?
Yeah, we're heading to
On
the
47
Mountain
East.
Terrace,
Okay.
On 47 East, yeah.
And he tells you to throw the stuff out the window.
Yeah.
Does he just hand it to you and say, hey, throw this stuff out the window in the river?
No, he said throw this in the river, and it took me a minute to click in, like I said.
why am I doing this? Yeah.
And then I threw the gloves out, and
Gloves
then
first.
waited a minute, and then I threw out the jumpsuit.
Okay. And then you go to your mom's house,
Mhm.
and you didn't spend the night there that night, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the night you were laying in bed.
No, we spent the night there. We didn't talk about it, and then we also spent the next night there.
And, okay. And is that
and
when you
then
talked about it?
that night is whenever we talk about it.
All right, so the second night that you spent the night is when you talked about it.
Yeah.
And you said that you were laying in bed.
Mhm. And I pretty much called him out on it, like I just lied and said I knew everything.
Okay.
And then he admitted to it.
Okay. And he said that he killed Teresa Sievers, Mark's wife,
Yes.
with a hammer.
Yes.
Okay. He didn't describe the hammer or anything like that?
No, he didn't.
Okay. And just so I got this straight, and stop me if I'm wrong. Go ahead, I'm sorry. Let me-
He didn't give me any detail of.
He just said that he killed her with a hammer.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it.
Did he, and just so I got this straight, and this is what he told you, correct?
Mhm.
He said that Mark hired Wayne,
Yes, and Wayne hired him. Mark didn't know anything about Jimmy being hired.
so Mark only knew about Wayne?
Yeah,
Okay.
and Wayne was gonna split his money with Jimmy.
Okay, do you know how much money Wayne was going to get?
I don't know. I just know that Jimmy was gonna get close to $10,000.
Is that what Jimmy told you?
Yeah,
And where was the money supposed to come from?
insurance from her death.
Okay, and did he ever get paid?
No,
Did he ever say why didn't he get paid?
no.
Have you ever heard him talk about payment or anything like that since all this happened?
No.
Has he had any other contact with Wayne since all this happened?
Recently, other than what I've told you, no.
Yeah, about anything, no. But he'll...
Not that I know of.
Okay, but do they talk or hang out frequently or anything?
went to their house at that one though.
The one on Chapel Hill Court, the trailer park there?
The trailer park, yes. But we didn't talk about anything like
Nobody
that.
talked about anything?
No, they just got drunk.
Okay.
And then I already told you about HubSpot. Oh, and then we went to his mom's once too.
What's that?
We went to his mom's once too after all that.
You did?
Yeah.
But never talked about anything else that
no,
happened?
No. We mostly hung out with Jane, to be honest.
With who?
Jane.
Oh, you did? Okay. Is there anything else that you can think of, or anything else I left out from this series of what we talked about that you think is important for me to know? Do you think that there is anything else?
I mean, I'll sit and think about it overnight.
No, yeah, you can think about it. And you...
I'm pretty sure I told you everything that I know.
You were pretty clear, I'm just checking. Would you be willing to meet with me tomorrow after you get some sleep and rest and see the kids and stuff like that, and take me to maybe try and find the cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to see, just make sure we didn't miss a single thing.
Pretty sure we covered it all.
You think so?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, we're going to go ahead and conclude for now at 8:19 p.m. Alright, if you give me 1 second, we're going to, I'm just going to step outside real quick,
No, we can
and then we'll get you right
in
on.
this room, right?
Yeah.
So we've been talking pretty dang loud.
I'm a loud talker because my hearing is not that good, I'm sorry. They call me Megaphone Mike, so. I'll be right there, okay? I didn't know you were there.
This is going to be in reference to Lee County Sheriff's Office CFS 15-268513. Bonnie, do you understand as a law enforcement officer in the state of Florida, I'm empowered to take sworn testimony?
Okay. Is this being recorded?
Yes. Okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that the statement you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Alright, and you are Mark's mother, correct?
Yes.
And how long had Teresa and Mark been married?
Probably 10 and a half years, I think.
And how would you describe the relationship?
Wonderful, loving, caring, interested in changing the world for a better place, teaching their girls how to love all peoples, and being kind and considerate, and they all are involved in different activities. Even the girls were selling their bracelets that they made to earn money for our mother's home, which is a charity that Teresa was on the board for a while, of helping trafficked teens and teens that have been on the street or whatever, and they're pregnant and so forth. And Teresa would give them parenting classes and different things, and the girls sold the bracelets in order to earn money for a gala that they were having, and then the money would go to our mother's home.
Okay.
And they made $2,500.
Oh, wow.
Selling these for $1. They would sell them for $5, deduct the cost of what it cost to get the bracelet, and give everything back. And they wanted to just always do for others.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Did they ever have any, what you would describe basically as typical marital disputes or anything?
Well, if they did, it was never publicized. They may argue, but that's...
I'm sure everybody does.
Yeah.
So.
It's always their... even if they argue, they always... Whenever you see them, they're always hugging and helping each other. It's just going to be so hard without Teresa there. That was Mark's life.
Yeah.
And the girls.
How close are you with Mark? I mean, understandably you're his mother, but is he pretty open with you?
Oh, very.
Does he come to you with any problems?
Yeah, we had something to talk.
Has he ever expressed any kind of concern that Teresa may have been unfaithful in the relationship?
No.
Okay.
Never. They're committed to each other, committed to the girls, and having a happy, loving life. No, never. And I realize these are questions you have to ask.
Correct.
But they would be probably on the dictionary as happily married, and that would have their picture.
What day did they actually leave town?
Oh, let's see now. Friday. Because I went over, they were leaving early, and I went over that afternoon to feed the dogs. Was that June?
So they left the 26th.
26. Oh, you're looking it up on the calendar, and I'm going, was 21st, 28th, 27th, 26th.
And do you remember approximately what time they left?
I thought they left around early in the morning. It could be 6. I don't know if their plane left at 6 and they left earlier, but they left around 6.
Now where did they go?
They were going to New York. I don't know if the plane went to New York or went to Connecticut, and then they drove because it was like a family reunion thing in a lake place in New York.
Okay. And when they left town, did they leave town together at the same time?
Yeah, they all left together.
Okay.
The car was at Mark's car. They took Mark's car, and it was at the garage.
And what kind of car does Mark have?
I think his is the Toyota wagon.
Okay. And that's what they drove to the airport in?
Yeah. Yeah, Teresa's car was in the garage, and they took Mark's.
No, my days are all getting blended together. I apologize.
Okay.
What day did she come back?
She had to come back Sunday.
Okay.
That's the 28th. Because she had to be at work Monday. And so Mark and the girls were just going to stay a few days longer. They would play with the cousins and so forth.
What day was he supposed to return?
He was going to come back on Wednesday with the girls.
So he was supposed to actually come back today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow. How things change.
And did you talk to Teresa at all while they were out of town?
No.
Did you talk to Mark?
He texted me one time. We're leaving on a jet plane. That's the song. And I think I called and left him a message. And I might have talked to him on, maybe Sunday for a second. Teresa, I did email her that something funny that happened with the cat. I thought it would make her laugh.
Oh, okay.
So she'd read that on the plane, whatever.
So they left that, they left on Sunday, no, I'm sorry. They left on the 26th, early in the morning,
Yeah.
and you went to the house that afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and you cared for the animals, what days?
Friday, 2 times Saturday, and 2 times on Sunday.
Okay. Right. And while you were at the house, did you have to press in a code to disarm their alarm?
I pressed, yeah.
Okay.
Well, and also a code to open up the garage door.
Okay. And was their alarm set? Do you remember setting the alarm each time that you left?
Well, the first day I got there, the alarm was not set.
Okay.
And I figured that was because they were rushing out early and I was coming that afternoon. And when I left, I set the alarm. So Friday night I set it. Saturday, I forgot how I set the alarm. And I know Mark says hit stay. I had those instructions, and when I hit stay, one time it wasn't working. It didn't register. So I did the code and then hit stay. I don't know if that was Saturday afternoon or Saturday night. That's when I called Mark and said, can I just do the code and hit stay? But they were at a lake and he didn't get messages. And that's when he called me and said, just don't bother with it. So when I hit the code and stay, and then Sunday morning I got there and the code was on, so I released it. So I thought, okay, it seemed to... He was concerned that if he did it wrong, the dogs moving in the house will set off the alarm.
Right, with the motion sensors.
Motion detector. And then they would be called, but you couldn't hear the phone where they were at, so they wouldn't hear the message.
Okay.
And so then he wasn't sure, like, well, if you set the code and then stay, I don't know if that's really going to work. But when I went there Sunday morning, the code was on. I don't know if motion detectors were done or not. But when I left, because he said you don't have to set the code because he's concerned about the motion with the thing, so I didn't set it.
And this was Saturday?
Sunday.
Sunday?
So I really feel that it's my fault.
You cannot blame yourself.
I should have said it left in the afternoon. I didn't. In the morning when I came in, it worked. That, the alarm was done, and I set the alarm. I think I set it Monday when I left. It was early in the morning. I had to go for ushering in a church. I think that's when he called and said you don't have to, or texted me about it, you don't have to worry about it because the motion detector and all that with the dogs. So I know that Sunday afternoon I did not set it. Damn it. It's easy to blame Mark. Well, you said not to set it because of the motion detector, but I should have just set it.
So when you left Sunday afternoon, it was not set.
Yeah, because he said not to. Don't worry about it. I guess because it wasn't set on Friday when I went in at night, and he was concerned about the dogs with the motion detector.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if the dog set it off and the police get called,
they call Mark.
Yeah, they call Mark, but then they call the police as well.
And they come to the place and there's no one there because the dogs set it off.
You get a false alarm fee too.
Yeah, I know, big fee.
So was it set on Saturday?
Yes. Because I set the alarm. How did I do that? I set the alarm on Friday. And then when I leave on Saturday morning, it's like, oh my God, how did I set the alarm on Friday? And I must have set the code and hit stay. I tried hitting. Then Saturday evening, when I did it again, I set it. Saturday it was set. Damn it, I should have just tried breaking in on Saturday. Because I remember, I hit stay didn't work just by itself. But then Saturday night, I hit stay again, and it beeped. No. Saturday, maybe I hit stay. One of the times I hit stay and it wasn't going on, and I did the code and stay. But then another time I did, maybe, I don't know, one of the times I did just stay and they actually lit up. Good, and it beep, 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 and alarm. Then the next day I come in and the alarm was not on Sunday.
Okay.
So, or Saturday night. So then that didn't work. Just hitting stay by itself, even though it lit up.
Well, okay, so you came Saturday morning and
I set the alarm.
You set the alarm, it beeped, it appeared that it was set, and you came back Saturday evening and it was not on.
I think that was it, or I couldn't set it, and then I did one of the times I just did the code and then hit stay, because the other way, when I hit stay by itself, it didn't work. But then when I came in on Sunday, no, I must have in the day hit the code and stay in the morning. Then Saturday night, I must have hit just try stay. Oh, it's working this time. The stay lit up. Good. So then when I come in on Sunday, there was no alarm set. So, the stay didn't work by itself. One of those times. And so that must have been when I hit the alarm and stay. Because when I came back Sunday afternoon, the alarm was on, and I disconnected it and fed the dogs and the cat. And then when I left, I should have just done what I did before because it worked. But Mark had said, don't do it because don't worry about it, motion detector and all that stuff. I don't know if you can make sense of that. Friday night it was set. It was set
You said
the
Friday.
whole time.
You said Friday night when you arrived your first night there.
It was not set.
You was not set.
And I figured that's because they were rushing out and just forgot it.
And then you set it when you left Friday night.
Yes.
Saturday morning, it was set.
Yes.
You uncoded it.
Yes.
And
Saturday
then
morning.
And then reset it when you left.
Yes. Well, that was the thing. When I went to reset it, with just hitting stay wouldn't come on.
Okay. And then when you came back,
so I had to have the code on. So, but that was Saturday morning, and I hit the code and stay. Okay, so stay didn't come on,
you left.
and then I hit code and stay, I think. Then Saturday afternoon, I tried it again, and stay came on.
Mm-hmm. You said it beeped.
Yeah.
It appeared to be set.
Stay came on. So I left. But then Sunday morning, the alarm wasn't on. I think that's how it went. So I hitting just stay didn't work. So then when I left Sunday morning, I put on the code and stay. I think that's how it went. Sunday afternoon, alarm was on. I took it off. And then when I left, because by then I had heard from Mark, and he said, well, don't worry about it and don't set it. He's going to feel guilty on this too, like I do. Because of the motion with the dogs, and if I was, one time it was stay and it didn't work, one time it worked, and then one time the code didn't stay, so. Bottom line, when I left Saturday afternoon, the alarm was not set. That's the...
Or Sunday afternoon?
Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
So that makes me. I said, why their house?
That's what we're trying to figure out too.
There was a trash can in the back on the side of the house, and then one was not laying down and tipped over. So I moved it next to that trash can. I didn't turn it upright because I thought it was supposed to rain.
Mm-hmm.
And if it fills up with water, it makes it harder to turn over. So, and then the recycle bin was still, or one of the trans was at the front sidewalk, but the neighbors had theirs out at the front, and it was already down. I guess it was picked up, and I didn't move that one. Maybe I should have, to look like it was moved.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of things that, spring to mind that you're going to wish to yourself, probably tell yourself, oh, I should have done that, I should have done this, maybe I shouldn't have done this. And, unfortunately, nobody can go back and change the time.
That's the whole thing, but then she's dead.
I know. But you can't, by not bringing the garbage can in, that's not what caused it.
No, it would look like someone was there.
Yeah. But, from...
See, but then some of the other houses had it still out. Okay, it's blending in.
Right.
With the other cans.
Exactly. Not everybody brings their trash cans in.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I'm one of the lazy ones that does sometimes, but most of the time I don't. When you would arrive at the house, how active were the dogs?
I would come in the procedure. I would get the garage door open. I would get their dog food out of the refrigerator in the garage. And there you can hear them. And I open the door and they're right there, and Nana's trying to jump on me. I go down and I take her food and put it in her bowl, which is in the kitchen, and close the sliding. There's a one of those doors that come out, panel doors like.
Oh, the pocket door?
Pocket door. Close that so she wouldn't eat Lucy's food also. And then I would take a pill and half a pill, and put it in Lucy's thing and put it in hers so that, and they eat it in like 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
It's gone. So then I open up the pocket door, and Nana's still jumping, wanting to. That's why wouldn't she jump on the person?
Yeah,
and wanting so that I get them carrots from the refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
I go check on Zoe to see that her food is okay, which is in the closet in the bedroom, and you shake this container.
And Zoe's the cat?
Yeah, Zoe's the cat.
Okay.
And I take there's a blender on the side, a blender holder, so I take that and fill it up with water to make sure there's enough water for all three in that thing. Then I would wash my hands. There's it wasn't a soap dish, it was a container with a pump.
Mm-hmm.
So I would pump that and wash my hands, and there was a towel there just to dry them after getting the dog food and everything.
Now, where was the blender at?
It's not a blender. It was the blender.
Just the container portion of it?
Yeah, the container.
Okay.
Heavy plastic one. And it was sitting on the right-hand side of the sink.
Okay.
They had like dishes on the right-hand side or something, and I, turned over, like washed or whatever. But this was the blender sitting, the container, like right here, sitting by this. So I would just take this and fill it with water, fill it up the water bowl, and put it right back here on the right side of the sink. Was it there?
I believe so.
And at one point, I would look for Zoe, so I opened up all the doors to see Zoe, thinking maybe she was locked in. And the dog door is open, so that gives them room to get out. So I touched all the doors looking for Zoe, and she wasn't there. I thought, well, she's probably outside. and would come in. And when I noticed the next day, some of the food looks like it had been eaten, so I knew she was around somewhere and getting her food.
Now the pump, the soap pump.
Yeah.
Which side of the sink is that
Left.
located on? From the left.
It was. Let me see. Here's the sink.
Mm-hmm.
Blender. About here, I guess, because there's the sink handles and so forth, and turning on the water. And the pump was right here, big square thing with the pump.
Okay.
It wasn't here up. It was more like right here. It was really easy access just to hit it.
Okay. So it wasn't all the way up against the wall.
No.
Where people most of the time keep.
Well, that's a narrow thing. This is in a like a plastic holder that had, I don't know if it's plastic, acrylic, whatever. It had the soap pump in there, and they had something over here, so it was like a container that had other stuff in it.
Right.
Big square thing. And so I just would pump on the soap, and it was on.
But the soap pump was away from the
wall.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how far out from the sink it was, but it was away from the wall. It's not one of those bottles you go like a Dial antibacterial soap that you keep up against the sink.
Right.
It was in a square like this, big square,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing was in it.
Right.
And therefore, to be right against the wall, so it was out a little.
Okay. And at any point in time while you were there, did anything seem like it was out of place?
No.
Or rummaged through or anything like that?
No. But if you ever opened up Carmi's room, that was one of the rooms I checked. I opened the door, it's like, oh my God, you can't even see in the room.
Is that the one that looks like there's a big fort?
Tent and
Yeah.
sheets all over the place. I closed, if Zoe's in there, you won't be able to find her. I closed that door.
Okay.
So, no, everything was, rushing to go. There was a washcloth on the floor. I thought the dogs could have taken it down or something. The washcloth, they had a washcloth on the counter. Oh, there was a washcloth on the counter in the kitchen sink counter. So I would dry my hands on that one.
Okay.
Kind of a washcloth towel or something, not a small one.
The one that was on the floor, what did you do with that?
The one on the floor I left on the floor.
Okay.
Because that was, the dogs had taken it and I didn't know where they took it and I didn't know where to put it. And then to go into Mark and Teresa's room, they have a big cat bed in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to walk around. Have you been to their house? To the house?
Briefly.
Okay. You had to walk around there, and then the aisle, the hallway here, and over here is the closet, but the gate is up here. But then Zoe leaps over it, and then over here is her food.
Okay.
And they had some stuff strewn on the floor, but that was clothes, and Zoe might be, I don't know, cross-dresser or trying on clothes. So that's normal. That's not like ransacked, I don't think.
The so nothing really out of the ordinary.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. And the cloth that you used to dry your hands, where was that at?
That was on the sink. I think that was on the left side of the sink. It was like a wash towel. It was bigger than a little washcloth. It was like a washcloth.
And do you remember approximately what time you left Sunday afternoon?
Sunday, around 4:15, I guess. Between 4 and 4:30. No, I think I was there by 4. So probably around 4:15 or so.
4:15?
4:15 and 4:30.
And that was the last time you were there?
Yeah. Why couldn't have gone in then? And then be gone.
Is there anything else that you think you can add as to their relationship or anything?
They were always into, I don't know, learning how to help people and just loving and caring and respectful of each other. And
while you were there, taking care of the dogs on any particular day, did anybody ever approach you? Salesman or anything like that?
Oh, come to the door?
Come to the door or approach you in the driveway?
No, God, it would have scared me to death.
Okay. Did you see anybody?
No, I didn't see anyone out.
Nobody was walking around, or
no one walking. No one came to the door. No one rang the bell. If they did, I wouldn't open it.
Okay.
I would just say, "Who is it?" But no one came.
Okay. And when you got to the house, you would go in through the garage?
Yes.
By entering the garage code?
Yes.
Okay.
And then go into the kitchen door. Oh, I also turned on one of the lights. The light was off in the kitchen area. The light was off, so I turned on a light to give the dogs more light.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember where all my fingerprints were.
That's one thing that they might want to do, just for elimination.
Oh, they took my hand.
Did they take your handprints?
God,
They
yes.
do a DNA?
No, they didn't do that.
They did do a buckle swab?
No, it was enough. They did the thumb, the hand, the palm.
Okay.
I still have it on me. So.
I'll get with the supervisor before you leave. We may just go ahead and take a DNA swab from you, just for elimination purposes as well.
How do you do that? I didn't drink anything at the house. I just
Anything you touch.
You can tell on the DNA in the mouth.
Well, your DNA in your whole body is all the same.
Yeah.
So touch DNA is the same DNA that we get from inside your mouth.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be all over the the doorknobs and the hand and the thing and
Yeah.
pump thing.
Is there any questions?
Oh, I did pick up a bunch of her when I went into the bathroom on Sunday. When I went to feed Zoe, I noticed that the bathroom had all this makeup on the floor, and I thought, wow, I can't believe she would leave makeup on the floor.
No.
So I go in there, and all these jars of makeup are on the floor, and I look in the closet, and there's Zoe, the cat, curled up, looking and meowing on a towel, and there was a wire basket, and when she turned upright, so she must have knocked the basket and knocked all the jars on the floor. So I picked them all up, put them in the basket. I put them on the bathroom tub, big area there. And then the next day I came, I said, I'm going to put them on the counter where she has her makeup. And so I put it there, so that was 2 times touching things.
Okay.
I don't think the robbers were into makeup.
Is there any questions you feel that I may have forgotten to ask?
No, it would be nice if there was somebody casing the place that I saw, but I didn't see anybody. And I was focused on getting in, feeding the dogs, petting them, and getting them carrots. Someone had said on the phone, do you think the dogs, or their big dogs, would have bit anybody if they saw anyone hurting Teresa? And what about swabbing the dog's mouth for DNA? So I mentioned that to Mark. He thought it was good. And then when he was asking someone today, I don't know if that was a possibility or not.
Yeah,
because when you all got there, what were the dogs doing?
That I don't know, because I didn't go to the house until later.
After they sent the dogs to the...
Yeah, they were actually bringing the dogs out by the time I got there.
And they found the cat.
Yeah. What kind of car do you drive?
Well, I went in the... What did I drive over in? We have 2 different cars, and I might have gone one time in the convertible, which is Sebring silver convertible. And another time I might have taken the it's a Sebring 2005 convertible. And the other time I might have taken the Burgundy Honda 2002 Honda Accord Burgundy.
And what year is your Sebring?
I think that's 2005.
And the
Honda is a 2002. I think that's what it is.
Okay. I don't have any further questions
Did the
now.
neighbors see anybody walking around or looking?
To my knowledge, I honestly can't answer that question because I wasn't there to interview any of the neighbors. So I don't want to give you false information. I don't have any further questions at this time. I'll go over your interview with the lead detective. And
Is that Jamie?
Yes. Yep. And if he has any follow-up questions, I'll give him your number and make sure he gives you a call.
Yeah. No, the house did not look out of the ordinary. And
Okay.
Mark and Teresa they were just, he helped her at work. He was, help with the office, stay-at-home dad. They had a very loving, they had a really kind is a good word.
Okay.
Kind, loving, respectful relationship.
Okay.
They do things together when they're cooking the food. Okay.
I really appreciate your time.
Oh, you didn't have to use the markers.
Ms. Sievers, I've represented myself to you today as law enforcement officer, is that correct?
Yes.
You do realise, being a law enforcement officer within the state of Florida, I'm empowered to take a sworn statement from you.
Yes.
If you don't mind, would you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? Do you swear testimony about gives me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So
Yes.
Okay, you can lay right hand. Just state your name for me, ma'am.
Bonnie Rita Sievers,
And what's your relationship to Teresa Sievers?
daughter.
Okay. And how long have you known? I know she's married to your son, but how long have you known her?
I don't know, maybe 11 years or so. Mark was dating her. He brought her to St. Louis, where we live. And she was just so much fun to be with. So I'm not sure, over 11 years.
Okay. And what was your relationship like with her?
With Teresa?
Yeah.
Probably the same as everyone else. She was fun to be with, intelligent, kind, and we'd talk, and it was good.
Okay. I know you've been interviewed before, but one of the things we need to do is a timeline for Sunday.
I know.
Okay.
I've been trying to go over that. I went in the morning.
What time did you get up that day? So I'll help you.
Well, no, it was 8 o'clock because I had to go. We were ushering a church, so I got there at 8 or 8:15, and fed the dog. Stopped the code. I forgot. Key in the code, unkeyed it or whatever to get into the house, and fed the dogs. Fed Zoe.
Zoe's the cat?
The cat.
Yep.
And as I said before, there was this picture of a blender container, not the blender, but the plexiglass glass that you pour the drink in and so forth to blend it up with the ice. I would use that and fill it with water to put it in the dog's water bowl.
Okay.
There's one water bowl and the cat and the dogs used it. And I go in and see Zoe, and I didn't see her. I check the food and shake it to give her the food. And the day before, on Saturday, Zoe, I happened to notice that the bathroom was all messed up with all of Teresa's makeup on the floor and jars of it. So I went in and I looked in the closet, and there was Zoe on a towel, all snuggled up, meowing. And it was a wire basket, so she must have knocked. The basket was there, but knocked everything on the floor. So I picked it up, put it in the wire basket, put it on top of the tub, And on Sunday, I decided, what if Zoe knocks it down again? So then I took it from the tub and put it on the counter.
So what did you find her in the closet?
I found her first on Saturday.
Okay.
So she could have been there before because I was looking for Zoe and couldn't find her.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure she wasn't locked in any room, and that's when I opened up all the doors in the rooms and closed them to see if Zoe was in there, and she wasn't.
Okay.
And and there's a doggy door open, so she comes in and out that way. But the food had been eaten a little or messed up a little, so I figured, okay, so she's around somewhere.
Yeah.
And then Saturday evening when I did the feeding, and I noticed the makeup on the floor, that's when I looked, there's Zoe in the closet, so that might have been where she was. So Sunday, I go in and then I feed the dogs and I take the makeup and put it back on the counter, the bathroom counter that had Teresa's makeup and stuff. I opened the refrigerator door to give the dogs carrots because they like carrots.
Okay.
Instead of dog bones.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing I might have done the code and stay, because when I come back in the afternoon, and Mark had said, don't worry about the code because if the dogs, because the stay didn't work the first time. I hit stay and I couldn't get it to work on Saturday. So then I just did code and stay. And then Saturday night when I came in, the code, it was on, so I took off the code, took off the alarm. And when I left, I said, let me try stay again. And I hit stay, and this time stay went on. And it went beep, 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 and there. So on Sunday, that's true, on Sunday when I come in, the code was not on. It did not keep.
It wasn't on at all?
It wasn't, the stay did not work.
Okay. Was there a beep when you came in the house or anything?
No, it's noise, and it's going, so you got to quickly turn it off. So there wasn't any. So that was Sunday morning. And I'm thinking, the code just hitting stay by itself didn't work. Okay. So when I left, I'm guessing I did the code I did before and hit stay. I'm not sure about that one. Because Mark had said in between that time on Sunday, don't worry about the code because stay wasn't working, and he's concerned if I do the code and hit stay, it could do a motion detector with the dogs in the house, and then everyone comes to the house, and then there's a big charge for that, and they try and reach Mark, and he's at a place you can't get at a lake, and you might not get the call. So I didn't. So when I left, so fine, I don't know if I said it or not, but then I know in the evening when I went back, around 4 o'clock, I didn't set the alarm.
Okay.
And I should have just said, it worked before when I did alarm and stay, code and stay. I should have done it again. And I cried yesterday when I talked to the detective because I feel it was my fault.
No, not at all. No.
Well, how did they get in?
I know.
They break a window, the alarm would have gone off. Alarm wasn't set.
Yep. Just want to start at Friday for a second. Friday, when you went over there, what time did you go over on Friday morning?
No, they fed the dogs in the morning, so I would go in the afternoon. Okay. And the alarm was not on, and I figured they forgot they were rushing out to get on the plane.
What time did you go over in the afternoon?
Oh, it could have been 3 o'clock, something like that.
When you feed them, how long did you stay there on Friday?
I don't stay that long, maybe 10, 15 minutes, that's it.
Okay.
To feed them, get the food out of the refrigerator in the garage. And Nana, the youngest one who's got gray hair, is jumping on you. That's why we thought if anybody had come in, she'd be jumping, wanting to be fed. So I put the food in her bowl, and then I closed the little slider door so that she doesn't eat Lucy's food, who's older and has her problem. Then I put in Lucy's food with a pill, because Lucy takes a pill of some kind. And then when they're both done, then I open up the slider door, and Nana still wants food, so then I go and get her the carrots for her and Lucy to split. They each get a carrot. And then I do the water and then do Zoe.
Okay. So you were there on Friday for about 10, 15 minutes?
Probably that, yeah. It's about that all the time.
Even Saturday morning? On Saturday?
Saturday, same thing. It's the same thing I do.
Right.
And I pet them and, rub behind the ear and not get too close when they're eating the carrot.
Yeah.
You don't touch my food.
Yeah. So Saturday afternoon, same thing for 10-15 minutes.
Yeah.
Sunday, when we checked, we actually downloaded.
Oh, it was probably a little bit longer on Saturday afternoon because I had to pick up all the. I decided I'm not going to leave this mess on the floor, so I picked up all the makeup bottles, and that's bending down, up and down, up and down to pick them all up and all that.
How long would you say you stayed there?
Maybe it could have been a half hour.
Okay. What about Sunday morning after
Sunday
church?
morning, I was after church.
Did you go? Sorry,
Sunday morning at 8 in the morning before we went to Unity,
Okay.
and that's real quick. Do them, and I took the basket and put it back on the counter when and Zoe was there, and I just rubbed her in the neck, and then in the evening, it was the same, about 10 or 15 minutes. Pet him a little bit.
Okay.
Say, "Mommy's coming home tonight."
Because did you on Sunday it's shown that you may have been there for 2 hours?
No, I was never there 2
No.
hours. Where did he get that?
You downloaded the alarm. Is there anybody else that may have the alarm code?
I don't know. Mark would know that.
Okay.
No, no. When I go in there, no.
You
It
didn't
was 8 in
clean
the
up or
morning.
anything?
No.
Was that?
I was rushing to leave to go to. I had to go. I wasn't a pair. I had to go home and change. I didn't want the dogs to jump on my clothes. We were ushering. So no, I've never been in there 2 hours. Wow.
Okay.
What time?
I had to pull it up.
Because that might be after 4 o'clock.
Right.
Because that's when I didn't set the alarm.
Okay. Now, did you, when you were cleaning up, where was the mess when you cleaned up the makeup?
That was in the bathroom, master bathroom on the floor.
Was there any makeup that was picked up out in the garage or anything like
No.
that? Were any items picked up in the garage?
No, not by me.
Okay. When you
Just the dog food in the refrigerator.
Okay. When you come in the garage, which way do you come in?
I come in on the door, the first door on the left. I don't use the right, and that's where Teresa's car is. I come in the one that Mark's car is in, and that was at the airport. So I
Okay.
come in that door.
So you come in the electric door that goes up?
The garage door, yeah.
Okay. Because they do have a side door as well.
I didn't even know they had a side door. Because I don't even see it. I just go in that way.
Now, the rooms that you enter when you come in, did you went in the kitchen immediately?
The first is the laundry room.
Okay.
Refrigerator, laundry room, kitchen. On Saturday, I think, is when I kept looking for Zoe to make sure she was okay. So then I opened up Carmi's door, and God, you got to close that quickly with the tent and everything, and checked the bathroom, closed it, and Josie's door, closed it. The door leading into the other room in the back, that was opened a little.
Okay.
So I thought, maybe they had that for Zoe to whatever. Checked that bathroom. The bedroom door was closed. The bathroom door was open. I looked in. There was no Zoe. Then I come back out, and that was it. But that was the only time I went through the house checking that. So when I go in to feed Zoe, I turn on the light in the bedroom, and then walk around. And then there's a closet here, and sometimes I'll turn the light on, but I can see it. And then I shake the cat food that's in. There's a gate.
Right.
And it's in the gate, and I shake it, and it was okay.
Okay.
And then the one time I went in the bathroom and just picked up the makeup, little jars of makeup and a makeup powder puff or whatever.
Yeah.
Put them all back in the metal wire basket.
Did you cut yourself or anything while you were there? Okay.
No.
Did were you accompanied by anybody?
No. No, it'd be too much to have. Even if somebody would come to me, like another friend, they would wait in the car because it's too much that the dogs would be jumping and all that.
Did anybody come in the
No.
car and leave in the car?
No.
Did you back the car in or drive the car in front ways?
I drive in front ways and back it out.
Okay.
Oh, I did go over when they had the recycle bin here, but I noticed that next door one had their recycle bin out too, so I thought, okay, I'll leave it there. And over against the garage was one trash can and another trash can that was on its side, kind of blown over. So I went and moved it next to the trash can that's standing up that had a lid on it. And I didn't put that one up because it was supposed to rain. Or thought it might, you never know with the rain. And then it fills up with all this rainwater. So I just left it laying on its side closer to that, which I told the other guy too.
Okay. Never saw anybody yet?
Never saw anybody, didn't see anybody walking the street, or, he asked it. I hadn't seen anybody walking on the street, and didn't see anybody, well, it was 8 in the morning, didn't see anybody out, and at around 4 o'clock, no, no one was out, no kids were playing or anything.
Right. Did you tell anybody that they were away, that you were checking on their animals or anything like that?
Well, Melanie, because she put it on the calendar. I don't know, maybe my neighbor, she's right next door, and I said, feeding the dogs or something.
Yeah. But anybody that knows where they live?
Actually, I don't even think they know where she lives.
Right.
No, I don't know who knows where she lives, and that would be Teresa's friends and stuff.
Do you know Mark Petravis?
I know Michelle.
Okay.
I don't know if I ever met Mark.
How's the relationship with Michelle?
Oh my God, we're like best friends.
Okay. Do you know of any infidelity that's going on there?
No.
Nothing
no. Oh my God, they're so committed to each other. They're committed to each other. They're committed to the girls. They're committed to making a difference in the world by changing the way society. They work with helping with girls that are trafficked, and she works with these 2 pastors on because they work with the homeless, and Teresa and Mark have such a big heart, and now Josie and Carmi. And I said that to the other guy. They sold little bracelets to get money for our mother's home for the gala they had, and they made $2,500. And then when they were there, they even bid and got some and put out another $500 that they had from something, because they just want to help. It's not like, oh, good, I can keep this money. No, they want to just give it up. Now, Carmi said she had a wallet, and she thinks she left it in the house, and that had gift cards, and she thinks it was like $200.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody found it yet.
They found our crime scene text, found it. I haven't heard yet.
Okay.
Like we said, there's so much stuff in there, we don't know what's supposed to be and what's not supposed to be, but we'll know more once you guys get back in the house, probably.
After it's clean, because I don't want them to.
Yeah, absolutely. Human trafficking that she dealt with, Teresa dealt with. What sort of input did she have into human trafficking?
Well, she was on the board at our mother's home at one time. Eventually, she is not on the board because she was doing something else. But the girls that had been, they were either on the street or they were pregnant or their parents kicked them out, and some could have been trafficked. Our mother's home took them in, and then Teresa would go there and she would do a parenting class in the evening and talk to them about how do you take care of a child and so forth.
But she was never threatened by any cartels or anything like that that deal with human trafficking?
Oh my God, no.
Like in investigations or testifying or anything like that?
No. She did have a girl stay with her for a little bit.
She did? Do you know her name?
No, Mark would know that.
Was it Brittany?
I don't know. She had a little girl, a pretty little girl. I don't know. Okay. But she did have someone a few years ago. Maybe 2 years ago. And I'm thinking, I don't want her living there full time. Because who would she? Yes, because you don't know who her friends are, and then Josie and Carmi are there. So that's something that Mark would know.
I'll speak to Mark about that again.
Yeah.
I'll have to bring him back in. So she had
just call him and ask him.
Well, we have to do this all the time. I know.
I don't know. It was someone that stayed there for I don't know, for not long.
Did you ever meet her?
Yeah, I did. She had a real pretty little girl.
Would you recognize her? If you saw
No,
her?
God, no. It was like 2.5 years ago.
So she had a little girl.
And she lives, I think she moved to, I'm not sure if it was Tampa or
Broward
someplace.
County?
I don't know.
How old was the daughter?
Young. The little girl?
Was her mother a drug addict?
I don't know.
Did
No, I don't know. She wouldn't be I don't think she'd be in her mother's home if she was on drugs.
No, I mean, did she come from the female who had the child? Did the mother of the child's mother?
Oh, I don't know.
No?
I don't know.
So you don't know the
I don't know the whole
relationship.
thing. Just that she was at the house, and I'm going, oh my God, please don't let her stay. I didn't say that to Mark and Teresa because they would open their house to everyone and be loving and caring and try and help her.
Well, and how long did she live there for?
Not long.
Month? More than
Could have been a month, maybe less.
Would she have had access to alarm codes and the
I
key?
don't know. I would think they would not let her have that. Because I said, what if she has a boyfriend or some guy that wants to come by, Maybe she only stayed there 2 weeks. I don't know. But I didn't like them having someone there.
And what was the purpose of letting her live there?
She, I think she was, you can leave our mother's home and go out on your own, and they were trying to help her get started, get a job, or get a GED. I think it was something like that. I'm not sure. Mark would know.
Okay. Any other people apart from that lady?
No, to stay there, I don't think so. She would have the family, all of our mother's home over for a pool party or something, so the little kids could be in the pool with the adults watching.
Right.
And things like that. And recently she wasn't with our mother's home because she was trying to get into doing some other work, and this is what I heard from Lenka, I think. Did you talk to Lenka?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Would any of these people ask her for money, Teresa, for money?
Our mother's home people? I don't
Not
know.
as the committee or anything like that, but the people that are in the mother's home.
Oh, the management.
No, the
girls.
The girls.
That live there. I don't think so, because I don't think so. Like, Dr. Sievers or Dr. Teresa, I don't even know what they called her. Could I have money for something? I think that, I don't know how they have, I don't know if they get money at our mother's home. I don't know how it's set up that way.
Right.
But, I don't know.
Okay.
Poor Mark, you're going to call him in again.
He's probably going to come in 2 or 3 times.
Why?
With something like this.
But why now? I mean, it was like 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago.
We look at every angle, like I said. There's nothing.
And what about the thing that Scotty told you?
We're looking into that as well.
I think someone said he saw it on CNN or something.
Yes, CNN, yeah. There's, one of them was, there was a doctor that was shot in the chest. Then you've got, of course, this situation.
And one was in a car, found in the car. One was found in water, he said.
No, one was in there was only 3 of them. There was Teresa, there was this other doctor who was shot, and then there was another doctor who was found. They don't know if that was a natural. We're still looking into that one.
Oh, I thought there were 3 already done, and then there was Teresa.
No.
Oh.
There was 3 total. So it could be just a
coincidence.
But we look at, like I said, we're not eliminating anything. That's why you're probably going to hate us, but we're probably going to have you in again and again.
No, because I got lost. And I'm the one that was taking them because I knew how to get there.
Right. But we have to run everything into the ground until basically it's of no further no further use to us.
And the neighbors never saw anybody coming. What was the 2-hour thing?
There was the alarm showed from the time it was turned off to the time it was turned back on again. There was a 2-hour window. didn't forget to turn the alarm and
No, if
go
I
back?
didn't, if I thought about it at one point, but I didn't. If I, was this on a Sunday?
Yes.
Okay. If I turned it on Sunday, in the morning, well, see, in the evening, I didn't turn it on.
Right.
So if this was from the morning, I thought I left it on in the morning and then didn't leave it on in the evening. I'm not sure now.
Okay.
But I wasn't, that was my quickest time there because I had to get in and get out to go get dressed and leave. And
So you got there at 8, and what time was you at church? Or were you
we had to be at church at 9:30, and I had to get home. I got home like, maybe I left at 8:15. The whole thing I thought would take me a half hour. Time I drive there, I had to drive back, get a newspaper in the morning because you at Publix, then go home. And this whole thing is rushing to do all this to leave. You get dressed and leave.
Right.
So I might have gotten to their house around 8 or 8:15. I'm not sure about that. And did all that and rushed because then we leave at 9 or 5 to 9 or 9:05 in order to get to Unity.
Let me just double check the thing so I can give you better information on it, and then probably should be able to get you out of here.
So where's your mic? Was that the microphone?
No, we have it actually in the walls and stuff.
Oh.
So that it doesn't echo and stuff like that. So
Is this the only room you use? No, because Danielle went to another
yeah, we
room.
have 5,
Okay,
6
question.
rooms.
What is that? Why is that all?
The door handle?
Yeah.
That's just because the padding there, what that does, the padding stops people being able to hear in the other rooms and outside. Because if you have the door handle like that, then
you have to
it
open
would,
it. Yeah.
you'd be scraping everybody's knuckles, so just leave a patch like that. But let me just go and check these times for you, and then I'll come back, just refresh your memory, and then we'll get you out of here. Okay? sorry about that. What I did is I printed out the alarm codes. We printed
You
off.
went out for lunch, I know.
I wish. It's one of stomach's going nuts. Okay. What is it? So you said you got there about 8:15?
Right, yeah, 8:50, something like that.
Okay, and did you, so was the code on or off when you got there?
Oh, it was on. I had to turn it off because I did the alarm and stay on.
Right, this is the sequence that we have here.
No, it was just stay on Saturday, so that when I came in, stay didn't work.
Okay, that was on Sunday?
When I opened it on Sunday, show me what the alarm says.
Right, well, based on what we've got, this is so it doesn't show. You just punch in the code.
Yeah.
Because the code is going to relate to. The thing is, it shows that on the day on June 28th, which was on the Sunday.
I was not there at 6:09 in the morning.
It was turned off at 6:09. It reactivated and rearmed at. I know you can't see. We're trying to make it big. Rearmed at 8:01. That's what we're trying to work out.
Oh my God!
Someone rearmed it at 8:01 a.m.
Rearmed it.
Rearmed it, and then it didn't turn off again until you went back at 4:13 Sunday night.
Okay, so I went. So that meant that I did the alarm at 8:01 or whatever.
No, whoever left rearmed the alarm
At 8:01. So when I came at 8:15 or whatever, the alarm was on then. It'd have to be if they.
But it's not showing it turned off again.
Oh well, I have. You can't walk in with the alarm on and
I understand.
ringing through the whole house.
That's what we're trying to work out. It's yeah, this is so small. I can't show you.
What about on Saturday? On Saturday, when I did the stay, it didn't work, so I did code and stay. Saturday. And then Saturday night, I think I just did stay. Oh, the alarm worked. You know, it beep, beep, beep.
Right.
So stay was there. So I thought, oh, that's good, it's working. So then on Sunday, when I came in, there was no alarm.
Well, it showed the system was rearmed at 8:01.
You think I got there before 8? I didn't think I did.
It would be about 6 o'clock in the morning.
No way.
No, I don't like him at that time in the morning. But yeah, it's just.
Does it show the alarm was armed on Saturday night?
Actually shows it's armed. What it does here is showing that the system is off. Basically at 6:09. And then, in fact, I think my analyst is trying to print up a bigger one of the for say 6:09 through to on that day.
We go to Unity at 8, whatever, at 9:30. Right. Then we go out to lunch with people, so it's over.
Can you see that with your glasses? I know it's very small. This one here.
It's got a magnifying glass.
Let me see if I can.
I have a magnifying glass in my car.
I might be able to nab one out here. Let me have a look.
Don't be gone.
I'll try and so I'll be hopefully a couple of seconds if I can find one.
Saturday. So I tried stay. Didn't work. So Saturday it was reactivated. Saturday night. No? Good.
Okay, so let's have a look. I'm just going to stand over here and have a look.
Which one am I looking at? Let's see them all.
So this. Let's have a look at this one first. What's that?
God. No, it's really blurred. How do you get these pictures?
They're off we took those at the alarm
company?
Yes. The alarm company come out and download it.
This has a 15 at the end. I don't know what that means.
That's the access point.
Oh, that's the year.
Yo,
15.
Yeah, good. That's not going to work. Yeah. Okay. Well, basically, yeah. It shows that.
Can they blow all these up?
That's what we're trying to do. There's a problem with transferring it.
No, I was not there at 6 in the morning. 6:09.
But when you got there on Sunday, the alarm.
Sunday, I thought the alarm was on because I thought I did on Saturday night. No, I don't think it was on. I did the stay again. Oh, it worked. And I thought that was Saturday night, so I left. But then when I thought that was when it was, because when I came in on Sunday, there wasn't an alarm on. But I guess there had to be, because you said it was set at 6:09 or at 8:01.
Well, it went off at 6:09, but if you leave at 8:01, turn it on at 8:01.
The alarm went off at 6:09 in the morning.
Yes.
So that meant someone was there. So when I hit stay and I said it didn't work, I guess it did work. Because it went off at 6:09 in the morning. How did they get in and turn it off? They'd have to know a code or something, I guess. And then they reset it at 8.
Or you turned it off when you left at 8:15.
So
when they maybe turned it on.
Yeah, but see, I thought
they turned it off, but they didn't turn it on. So when you got there, the alarm. That's what I'm trying to work out. If the alarm was on when you got there in the morning, because if they turned it off.
I thought that when I hit stay on Saturday night, I thought, oh, it's working. And I thought when I went on Sunday, it didn't go on. I thought that was when it didn't go on, and I
on
thought
Sunday morning.
Yeah,
so that's what that would make sense.
It wouldn't
if
have
the
been
alarm
on.
Was already on. If it wasn't on, because they turned it off at 6 o'clock in the morning.
So when I got there, the alarm was off. So I told Mark, the stay didn't work. He's calling the guy. What do you mean it doesn't work and all that?
Right.
And when I left Sunday, I thought I did set the alarm. How did I set it then? I must have done the code and
Well, that would make sense. That will corroborate this, because if someone's coming in at 6 o'clock in the morning, they've turned it off, but they don't.
Are you sure this is Eastern time?
Usually they reset, because you don't have to change the times on them normally. But that makes sense. If someone comes in, turns the alarm off, doesn't turn it back on, you come on. Oh, the alarm's not working.
Yeah.
Then you turn it off when you leave at 8:15 in the morning.
Okay.
And then you go back at 4 o'clock. That would corroborate that. That's what we're trying. That's what I'm asking.
So why would they come in and Teresa's not there? So then they leave?
Right.
But wait a minute, they were there. Oh,
this is the morning before.
The 28th,
yeah.
the day of the thing. Do you have the autopsy of when she died? The time?
It's not going to tell you the time. It'll give you a range, but it won't give you a time.
Is the range in the middle of the night, or is it?
Well, we know when she got home.
Yeah, 11:32 or
about 11:30
yeah.
in the morning, at night.
No.
So yeah, but it's not going to tell us exactly what it is.
Did it say from 11:30 on, or did it just say like? I'm just hoping it wasn't because I didn't set the alarm and they were waiting for her at 11:30.
This was in the morning of Sunday.
No, I mean that was when I was there.
But you went there in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, I mean when she got in at night.
Right.
Does the autopsy say like the autopsy was from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the morning?
No, it doesn't say anything like that. It will not give a time.
Well, then what are these TV shows doing?
I know. I know. Yeah, it's not like on TV. Because it's a broad guideline, we have to go by basically the rigor mortis in the body, lividity, stuff like that.
So what do you have a timeline that it says? It could have been at 11:30.
I can't give it right now. But it's going to be very broad. It has a lot to do with temperature, your body, a lot of stuff like that. But
so that wouldn't have meant that. Wow. Did you test the? Because they could have had gloves.
Yeah, we've done DNA. We've dusted.
Nothing.
Everything. We won't know yet.
Oh.
We had to
Is
send.
DNA in the fingerprint too? Is that when you say DNA? I
DNA?
keep thinking they spit on something. It's
Well,
DNA.
they may do. I mean, if we get some sweat, if we get blood, some other kind of bodily fluid, then yeah, we'll have it. You know. So we swab for everything. That's why it takes so long. You know how long it takes to clean a house. Imagine when it's going
How
like.
long does it take to clean on a crime scene? Do you know?
I don't know. But we go around and
Because they got to go in and get pictures for the funeral.
Our crime scene techs go in there with these little cloths, little swabs. They do pretty much every bit of that house.
But they have to know what sections to do, don't they?
They pretty much do near enough everything.
Whether people were in there or not. I mean, go into Joe Carmy's room. You couldn't find anything in there.
Right. Yeah. They'll do. They do a large area.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Even if there's nothing there, they do it just to be on the safe side.
They'll go around and do the light switches, door handles, stuff like that. Some stuff that people would touch.
Mm-hmm.
They're good at their job. Okay, well that answers that question.
Oh my God. No, I was not there at 6:09, and the alarm was on at 6:09.
What code do you use when you go there? I don't know if that's because of a user number. Do you have the same number that Mark uses?
I think so.
So not every different person has a different number.
He has the same. He has the number that. What do the cleaning people have? I don't know what they have. Did he tell you about the cleaning people? How do they get in?
He's usually there.
No.
No?
I don't think so. One time they called and they were late coming or something. I don't know. I don't know if he's there the whole time.
Okay.
But did they have a certain? Because you can change codes. I know he told me that you can do a code for certain
so
people.
These are things like I've just learned this from you. These things when I call them back in.
Yeah.
So the codes that you give, do you have the same code as your mother? Does your mother have the same code as a cleaner? Your pest control guy, does he have the same code as a pest control guy? These are little things. That's why it's a.
He's probably there with the pest control.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's there the whole time the cleaners are there.
Right. Do they have pest control there?
I would think they would. I don't know.
Well, I know that Teresa's highly into the.
Oh yeah, it's the organic stuff and all
so
that.
she probably want those chemicals in there.
Yeah.
Hello.
Come in.
Oh, thank you, man.
And she blew up.
She got blown up. Best grammar, but right. So here we go. We have 6:09 a.m. Goes with this one here. That's a user code. That's the code that was punched in. No. That's not going to be the code they punched in. That's a user code. So if, say, Mark can give...
That's when they do the garage door.
What he will do... Code 2 may be something different. So it'll show a code for that person. Okay? So that shows it was opened at 6:09. Whoever had that, so we have to find that out.
Okay.
So you'll say secure system before arming. It's going to show that.
Okay. I don't recall that I did. Okay. It just opens up and then it goes off.
Right.
And then I feed them and all that.
In system 8:01 a.m.
8:01 a.m. What does it mean? It just says 8. It just says
8:01
system.
a.m. Then it says closing.
Me.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. Didn't open it at 6 in the morning.
Right. And system 8:01 armed in away mode.
No. You couldn't have away mode because if it's away and the dogs walk around, it'll go off.
Right.
It has to be the stay mode.
That's saying away mode. That's from download off the.
So if it was armed off in the away mode, why didn't the alarm go off right away? Because the dogs are running around the house.
Good question. In system 413. Yeah. In system 413.
System 12? Is that a different system? Oh, open.
Yeah.
What does that mean, 0012 system?
Yeah, I have no idea what it means.
Okay, so that was in the evening.
And 413, that's it.
And it's not
it wasn't
locked.
turned off.
It wasn't armed, yeah.
Right.
So, first of all, away mode?
Away
when was
mode,
that? That was done in the morning?
That was done in the morning at 8:01.
So that would have been... I did the code again, it would have been code and stay. Where's stay? Yeah. I don't think I hit away, but even if I did hit away, that was
Maybe
the
you
whole
just
point.
got lucky and the dogs didn't trigger it.
Why wouldn't they? Just walking in the house.
Maybe you just fed them really well and they slept all day.
No, they don't sleep. But they go in and out of the doghouse. Isn't motion low that they would pick it up?
I would have thought so, but
Anyway, I was not there at 6 in the morning.
okay.
So someone was
It looks that way.
to set the alarm. So
Well,
that meant the alarm didn't. They turned the alarm off. So then the alarm worked Saturday night.
Right.
So the stay worked. Hitting just stay.
Yeah.
Do you have Saturdays?
So it seems I haven't got them there now.
Okay. And then, so they come in at 6 in the morning. Oh my God. They turn the alarm off. No one's there. And they leave. Oh my God, if they were there and I come in.
Yeah.
The Valley Girl. Hi, little dogs, you know.
It's who's got the codes to that alarm. And who has
Besides
access
me.
to- Yeah, besides you, Mark, Teresa. That's what we need to know.
Because that's my code that he gave me. And I use that for the garage door. And then you just go in and I can use the same code.
Right.
Wow. So Mark doesn't know this.
Yeah.
Yeah, ask him who uses it.
Oh yeah, I will.
It's-
All right.
Now he's at the funeral parlor.
Is there anything else you can tell me that may help with this?
No, just about that girl that stayed there. And I don't know how long she stayed from her mother's home. And I thought it was 2 years ago. I'm not. Maybe.
Okay. And you wouldn't recognise her if you saw her again?
No, I wasn't over there that much when she was there, but I did see her. I just noticed that the baby was so cute.
Okay.
And I think she had a nice singing voice, the mother.
Okay. And how old was the daughter at that time?
I don't know, Josie and Carmi, I don't know if they just, be nice to her. They didn't really run and talk, and I don't know if the kid talked.
You don't remember the child's name?
No, I don't want to guess Danielle, because I don't know if that was it, or maybe it was some, I don't know.
Okay.
But Mark would know.
All right. Okay, maybe swear the testimony you give me is the truth, so we go.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate your time again. Like I said, as we learn more, unfortunately these things take a lot of time.
There.
That's alright, we'll take those off later. myself to you today as a law enforcement officer, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
I've represented myself to you today as a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
And you do realise that being a law enforcement officer in the state of Florida, I can take a sworn statement from you.
Yes.
Okay, with that in mind, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear testimony about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely, I do.
Okay, you can lower your right hand, mate. Just state your name for me one more time.
Mary Ann Groves,
And what state do you live in?
Connecticut.
Okay, and who do you live there with?
My husband.
Okay, and is that Teresa's father?
No.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Connecticut?
All my life.
Okay, and is that originally where Teresa was from?
Yes.
Okay, how long ago did Teresa move from Connecticut?
Oh, I know you're starting. She's been gone a while. I'm not good with remembering dates right now, but all I know is that after she graduated from Fairfield University, she left Connecticut. That was, it had to be when she was like maybe 24, and that was then to give or take a few years, and then she went off to med school at Ross University, and then she did her internships, and then she ended up doing a final internship in, I think it was Jacksonville, Florida, and then she just stayed in Florida all her life.
Now, tell me about this weekend. Did you have visitors this weekend?
Well, we were all away for a family reunion.
Okay, and where did that take place?
In New York.
Okay, and did Teresa and Mark and the children, Carmela and Josephine, come?
Everybody was there, my whole family.
Okay, and what day did they come up on?
Came up on Friday. That would have been June 26th.
Okay, about what time did they get to? About what time did they get to the house?
Did they arrive at the house?
Yes.
Well,
approximately.
Between 2 and 3.
Okay, and how was their attitude?
Everything was. We had a wonderful time. We were on a lake. The kids had a ball. And Teresa was her usual self, hurrying around cooking everything. She takes control of the kitchen. Everything was lovely.
Okay, and on Sunday, did Teresa have to leave?
Yes, she had to leave, and the plan was that Mark was going to take her to the airport with the kids, and then because we didn't have room in our car, and then from there come back to our house, which he did.
Okay, and about what time did he get back?
I know they stopped at a restaurant at the bottom of the hill from where we lived and had dinner because the kids were starving, and I didn't necessarily have anything to give them but the leftovers I brought back from New York. So he stopped. I would say he got back to the house somewhere between 6 and 7. I mean, I can't pinpoint it exactly.
Okay. And how was his demeanor then?
Oh, fine. I mean, kids were happy to be at my house. In other words, originally they were all supposed to go back, but because the kids said, well, gee, we're going all the ways to Connecticut, we're only going to be there a few days.
Yeah.
And so that's how they ended up staying longer.
Okay. Was that the last time you heard from Teresa? Or did you have a telephone call?
No, I did not talk to her. I know that I told her, I says, let me know when you're home. Text me when you're home. Well, when I woke up in the morning, I didn't have a text, but when we went into the kitchen, Mark said that he had heard from her when she arrived at the airport, or when she landed and was in her car heading home.
Okay.
And that was the last, I think, that we heard of her. I mean, I never heard from her, but when I didn't hear from her and I knew Mark had known that she had landed and was safe and was on her way home, I was satisfied that, she was home.
Right. And you never received anything else, a FaceTime call?
No, because they did FaceTime. Mark told me they pulled over and said their evening prayers because they knew Mommy was going to be boarding the plane. So he pulled over and they all said their prayers on FaceTime together.
Okay.
And then he, got in the car and drove up to Connecticut.
Okay. Now, was Teresa a religious lady?
A religious person. I used to call her my modern-day Mother Teresa.
Okay.
She maybe didn't follow the Catholic faith that she was brought into, but she was very religious in her own way. I mean, I can't speak for her. I mean, I've been brought up a Catholic, and I've always practiced my Catholic faith, but it never bothered me that she didn't, because I knew she was always in tune with spirituality and God. And every night she said prayers with the kids about God, and whenever I was there, I would join them. So I would say she was religious, but not a Catholic religious. She was just...
She didn't attend church or anything?
Well, she did. There was these Pastor Judy. They're ordained female priests that I don't exactly know how it all happens, but I went to one of their services one time a couple of years ago when I was down there. And, then sometimes she would go to the Catholic church. I mean, I know sometimes I took the kids with me when I came down and went to church at St. Leo's. And I know they also attended the Unity Church, where her mother-in-law and Bonnie and her partner Melanie belong.
Okay.
So, I mean, she was a church-going person, but not necessarily on a weekly basis.
Okay.
She had faith in God.
Do you know if she was having any problems with anybody? Did she ever discuss that?
No, she just had a very hectic schedule, and she was on a mission to help people get well, stay well, take care of themselves, to the point that they maybe would never need to see a doctor again, that they could heal their mind, body, and spirit.
She never mentioned anybody that had threatened her, or...
No.
Did she ever mention a girl named Brittany to you?
Brittany?
Brittany, yeah.
Brittany. She mentioned so many different names, but it just doesn't ring a bell to me right now.
This is a girl that we saw. She's actually incarcerated right now, but...
Oh, wait, this must have been one of her mother's home.
Right.
Okay, yeah, well, I wouldn't remember all of them, because she always mentioned so many of them. But I don't know who's who. I mean, don't ask me to. I just can't.
She may have had the child removed from the mother.
I just heard that. I know she was very involved with our mother's home.
Right.
I know she was very involved with our mother, and she used to entertain them at Christmas time at her house and have picnics for them at her house, rather.
So they would come over to her house?
They would come over to the house, yes.
Okay. Would that be all females that would go there?
Yeah, it would be mothers and their babies. Whether the babies were boys or not, I don't know. I mean, but they were all teenage, unwed mothers.
Yeah.
And sometimes she would invite the, what do they call, board members or whatever. I mean, she was also a board member. She was president at one time. She was very involved in helping other people. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean.
Okay. How would you describe her marriage with Mark?
They were a happy couple. They were a happy couple. I mean, she used to get upset with him because he kept his office a mess, but she finally realized that was always going to be Mark, But, she knew that, they were together for life.
Right.
They were together for life.
Did she ever talk about leaving Mark or divorcing him?
No. Not that I'm really aware of.
Okay.
Not really aware of. I mean, Teresa had a violent temper, but she was very, I can't use the right word.
I heard she was a firecracker.
Animated. She was a firecracker. That's a good word. Yeah. And so she used to get upset when he did something that she disapproved of. And the last thing I can think about was when they were leaving. She always liked to leave the house neat, and he was always the cleaner-upper of the kitchen. I mean, because she always had so many things to do, and she always didn't want to come home to a messy house. And as they were getting ready to leave, there was a dirty frying pan in the sink, and she went ballistic.
Right.
She just, I don't want to come home to that pie in the stove, And I know, I just have it soaking there, So I don't know whether it was ever left there, whether he ended up cleaning it and putting it away, but she did make that comment that
Right.
he left a frying pan there, and he knows better. He knows better to do that. And, but that's, she was just. It's just the way she was. I mean, we're a very vocal family, And I mean, sometimes she would argue with me about something because I wasn't intuitive enough to understand everything she was trying to do for me, because she always said to me, "You're not dying on my watch. I'm going to keep you alive, Mom." I guess she can keep me alive now from heaven. But, she sometimes didn't understand. I mean, I just sometimes didn't understand everything she was trying to do for me, But she just had a heart of gold. And,
What about her finances? How are her finances?
she was very generous. She was a doctor, but you would never know it by looking at her home and everything. She gave away probably more than anybody I'd ever known. Donated to this and donated to that. And, they had a very simple life. Very simple life.
Did she ever loan any money from anybody?
Pardon me?
Did she ever loan any money from anybody?
Did she loan to other people?
No. Get loans from other people?
Oh, that I wouldn't know. I mean, other than what they would borrow for their business. I mean,
Not from banks, but from...
from people?
Yes.
No. People borrowed from her.
Right.
Or she gave money to people, never paid her back, and she never cared.
Do you know who the names of some of those people?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to know. She might have given money to her sister.
Right.
Her sister, she might have given money. I know that for a fact. She probably gave money to her sister many times.
Okay. Do you know of any domestic violence in the household?
No.
I mean, when I say domestic violence, I don't mean verbal, because I've heard they shout at each other like...
Oh, yes. So that's about the only violence there was. It was a very verbal family.
Right.
Very verbal family.
Do you know anything about any life insurance on either of them?
No, they just mentioned when I was at the funeral department that, Mark said there was a policy on Teresa, but I know nothing about what it was or how much it was.
Okay. Any infidelity on either side?
Not that I'm aware of.
You've never made, hey, I've been seeing this guy, I feel bad about it?
No, nothing. She's never said anything like that, and that's not my Teresa. She did all that before she was married.
Okay. Was she ever married before?
She was married very briefly. Very briefly, yeah.
How long ago was that?
Well, let's see, she was married to Mark for 10, 11 years, 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it had to be, I'm trying to think now, I mean, Tom and I have been married 17 years. Maybe it was 14 or 15 years ago.
And are the children Mark's?
They're Mark's children. They don't even know that Teresa was ever married before. Okay, so I don't think it's necessary that they know that.
No.
In fact, I was making a book of her life because I started it when my first son turned 50 and made a book of his first 50 years. And then the following year, my daughter Ann turned 50, and I made one for her. And now I got 2 more children, and I'm saying to myself, I don't know if I'll be able to do this when they're 50, so I think my son was turning 40 that year. One of those years. Let's see, he was born in 72, so in 2012 he would have been 40. I started a book for him. And then Teresa was born in 72, so if you add 45 to that.
45 was 2017.
No.
No.
No. No, she was born in 68, sorry. My son was born in 72. She was born in 68. On her 45th birthday, I had started a book for her. So there is a book started for her. But, the goal was to finish it for Frankie, who was 40 when I started it. Right. But then I wouldn't have that much more to do, because it was hard enough for me to do it for the first 2. And I figured I'll be 80-something years old. I said, it's not going to be that much easier.
Yeah.
So that's, I started that. I don't exactly remember what your question was now. But
I was talking about domestic violence.
Oh, no,
or infidelity.
No, domestic violence, no.
Did she have any other houses other than the one she lived in?
Yeah. They lived in St. Petersburg.
That actually belongs to them now?
No, they sold that house.
Okay, where was that?
St. Petersburg.
Oh, okay.
Pinellas Point, on the Pink Street.
Okay.
It's a lovely, lovely neighborhood.
How long ago did they sell that?
Pardon me?
How long ago did they sell that?
Oh, God. Not good with dates. Trying to picture what was where. Well, Carmi's about 8 years old, I think, or 9. They had just moved to Fort Myers when she was born, but not into the house that they're in now, because that's the house that was being built. Because when they came down to Fort Myers, that house wasn't ready, so they had bought another house. And they rented that afterwards. They lived in that house, and then when their house was ready, they moved into that house.
Was that the house next door?
That was a purchase of the house next door, and then a lot that the house is on now.
Okay.
You know, there was enough room there for her to keep the house, so they rented that house and had a new house built on the lot next door.
Okay. Now, what car did she drive?
What car she drive? She drove the Mercedes, I think you call it, white. Man, she used to call it her baby. Nellie, I think she used to refer to it as my Nellie. I don't know. Like I say, I just can't remember things like I should remember. That's one of the things she was trying to help me with, because she didn't want me to become senile. I mean, she has me doing nose sprays and taking Regenamax pill. I mean, she had me taking so many supplements, because I always felt that my memory was not as sharp as it should have been or could have been.
Right.
But I don't think it's gotten any worse. But it's just hard for me sometimes. Even when I was good, I could never always remember things exactly the way they always happen. But I do remember I did have a good memory at one time when I used to do real estate, and I used to go to seminars, and they would say, it's very important to listen to what people are saying. And she would repeat something or say something, and she would want everybody to repeat it. And I would be able to repeat it practically word for word, how she was presenting her case, where other people were missing certain points.
Right.
Asked me to do that now, I don't think it would be as good.
Well, it happens to the best of us. Did she travel a lot?
Oh, yeah. She traveled an awful lot.
Where did she used to go to?
Oh, I mean, I can't keep track of where she went. She went everywhere. Seminars. I know she went. I think she went to Texas to film TV episodes.
Okay.
She went so many places. She was involved with so many people that are famous. Dr. Norman Shealy. Another woman who was one of the first people, I think, that inspired Teresa, and she died of cancer. I can't think of her name right now. I mean, maybe if you said it, or I just can't. I mean, it's like I couldn't remember. I know the name, but it's just not coming to me of who it was.
Right.
But she had a lot of connections with a lot of different people. I mean, I haven't seen any news reports, so all I know that she's being interviewed and talked about throughout the country. People from different parts of the country said they saw her on national TV or heard about her on national TV, and that's what she was trying to do. She wanted to reach masses of people, and I always told her, I know you'll do it, Teresa. I just know you'll do it. She has, but not the way I wanted her to.
Is there anybody you suspect that may be involved in this?
I wouldn't have a clue. I wouldn't have a clue who could harm my baby. Unless somebody was envious of all the good that she was doing. I don't know. I don't know.
But she never complained of that? She never complained of that?
Complained of what?
Somebody, like maybe business related, that was jealous of her and threatened her?
No, I don't think so. I mean, she always felt there were people out there that were trying to do what she was doing, but they didn't have all the credentials she maybe had. like she's got a bunch of credentials, but there would be this person here who had maybe one or two of her credentials, but yet this person was trying to accomplish all the things that she was doing with all her credentials. And she always felt that there were, people out there that weren't as qualified as her, but they tried to do what she was doing.
Okay.
But she didn't feel they had, not that she didn't want them to do it. She wanted people to do what she was doing, but they weren't doing it her way.
Okay.
They weren't doing it her way, That's how I perceive her, because she was very adamant about, I remember going to her. She received what they call the Apex Award, businesswoman from Fort Myers. She was one of the 5 finalists. And I remember being there, and my daughter Ann, she had to have somebody present her. And in most cases, it was the husband.
Yes.
But she said to Mark, she said, would you mind very much if Ann did it? Because Ann is very good with words and everything. He said, well, by all means, So he introduced her, and then my daughter Ann introduced her, and then Teresa accepted her, and she made her comments and everything. But when there must be a copy of that speech that my daughter Ann made to introduce her, and the speech that Teresa made after Ann introduced her.
Right.
And she had a quote, and I can't get it right, but it all was something to the effect that staying healthy is your wish, but it's my passion. Something to that. It's not right. I'm saying, but it was her passion to keep you well.
Okay.
That was her goal. You might want to take care of yourself and do the right things, but it was her passion to see that you did do the right things. Something to that effect. I'm sure there's a quote of her like that somewhere in her biography.
How was her health?
Pardon me?
How was her health?
Her health was great.
Yeah,
great.
no problems?
No. She took care of herself, and I'm not aware of any health problems that she had. I know. And that was it.
Did she have any other surgeries?
Yeah, she had, she was very self-conscious about how she looked. And her figure was not that it wasn't a good figure, but she knew it wasn't, the way she exercised and everything, there was something about her stomach that bothered her.
Right.
And the doctor told her that she never would have been able to correct that problem because of whatever he found. But don't ask me what it was. You'd have to talk to her doctor who did the surgery.
Was it after she had children?
Oh, yeah. It was while she was down here in Florida. It was not all that long ago. It was actually after her father died.
Okay.
And he left them all some money, and she says, you know what, I'm going to use Dad's money for that. I know he was such a vain person that he would understand why I was using it for that. But it was awful what she went through. I remember going down there and her coming home from the hospital. I said, oh my God. But then she had, and I don't know who it was, whether it was Lanka or something, because she's had so many people in her life that she has touched and have touched her. Someone came to her house to give her Reiki, and I'm not sure I could explain it properly, but in the process of doing this Reiki, the person who was doing it was like all shaking because of the energy that was being transferred. That's the best way I can explain it, which I don't really understand at all, you know. But that's it. I mean, she got well. She got well. I mean, it did improve her figure, made her look, you know, like she had a waist.
Yes.
You know. And she says, it's important for me to look good, Ma. I'm telling people that they could look good. They got to take care of themselves. She says, and exercise and everything. And she was doing all that, but she could never get rid. I mean, it's I think almost like a genetic thing, because I have I always had a tummy even as a kid. My daughter Ann had the same problem. I mean, I think it's more genetic.
Right.
She didn't want to, but.
Did she ever complain about any of her employees?
Oh yeah. I mean, they were never doing everything right, but you know, nobody does everything right.
Right.
And you know, she had to accept that. And she, you know, sometimes I used to say, "Oh my God, they're doing things that, you know, are harming you, Teresa." Well, man, you know, got to live with what we can do. You know, we can't afford to do this and that, you know, and to do what they had to do.
Did she have any that she fired that she was concerned about?
Say it again?
Did she ever fire any employees?
Well,
that
she might have
complained
fired others. The only one, I don't even know if it was a firing, but there was a fellow named Frank that they, you know, gave him, asked him to leave, and whether they gave, I think she was always so generous. She probably gave him a severance package, if I'm not mistaken. She did. But, and then his wife Sandra worked there, and, you know, she didn't always do everything right either. And you know, it was so hard to get good help in any field, you know. And I think she had told Sandra, you know, and I just heard this the other day in conversation with other people, that, you know, she had told Sandra, I think it was she had told Sandra that, you know, you really need to try to find another job, because I really need to replace you or something like that.
Right.
And she has these new people there that I never even met. I only can't even remember names. I know Crystal is one, but then she's supposed to be leaving because she bought a house and was moving away or whatever. I don't know. You know, I don't, you know. It's kind of like a blur to me. I can't be certain that I'm saying everything specifically as it really is, because basically, you know, I'm just, you know, trying to remember. Like Mark would tell me something now. If you ask me to repeat to you just exactly how Mark told it to me, I probably am not doing it, because, like I said to you, I don't keep it all here like I used to.
That's fine. How about security conscious? When Teresa would park her vehicle in the garage, would she leave the garage door open? Would she close the garage after she gets out of the vehicle?
I think she would close it most of the time. I mean, sometimes, like if I was there, you know, she'd say, "Mom, why don't you get out of the car now, so that I could pull in, and then you won't have to struggle to get out."
Yeah.
And she would close the door.
Would she back a car in or drive it in front?
No, she drove it in frontwards. Mark used to back it in.
Oh, okay.
Mark used to back his car in all the time.
Was there any damage on the van, do you know?
Yeah, it was got a couple bangs here and there from different, not always necessarily his fault. A couple times there were people that, you know, those accidents, how they happen, you know, you're not at fault, but they happen.
Yeah.
And that has happened. Whether there was any that were really his fault, I can't remember whether they were or not.
Do you know if she carried a gun on her?
Well, I know that she just got a permit, but I don't think she actually carried a gun on her. No, I don't actually think she carried a gun on her, because I think she just recently, because I guess one day I called her and she said that her and Mark were at the firing range. So whether she actually got the permit or not, I'm not even 100% sure. I think I heard them saying just recently, you know, since I've been down here and they've been talking, that she did have her permit, but I'm not 100% sure.
Knowing her, knowing Teresa's personality, if she found someone in the house, would she be more liable to fight them or run from them?
It would be hard to say. I mean,
if she was confronted.
I know that, there was times that she was left alone because Mark had gone someplace, or whether he was out of town, went to St. Louis, back home for something, that she would get scared, and she would call someone to come, her doctor friend, Dr. Mark.
Right.
So, but she's a tough cookie, so, I mean, I don't know how she would have reacted. I don't know how she would, I honestly can't say how she would have reacted.
Okay. Could she fight?
Could she fight physically? Oh.
Did she have brothers, did she?
Pardon me?
She had brothers growing up?
Oh, yeah.
She used to fight with them?
I wouldn't say that she fought physically fight with them, no.
I've got an 8-year-old and a 14-year-old, and they fight like cat and dog.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it was ever physical.
No?
No, not that I can, and again, that's going back many years now, because little kids will say, "Ma, don't you remember this?" And I go, "No, I don't remember that,"
Always remember them as angels.
Huh?
Always remember them as angels.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure they had their disagreements, but I don't ever remember them fighting, that they were a problem fighting. No, I don't say that.
Do you remember what Teresa was wearing when she left?
She was wearing the same dress that she came in with. It was a black dress, white print.
Okay. Do you remember what shoes she was wearing?
Oh, probably a pair of, I think I remember they were, what do you call them, those thongs?
Okay.
Because she had silver nail polish on, and they were dressy thongs with a little wedgie. Usually she always liked to wear high heels, but I think she's getting older now, so she told me how one time when she was younger, she'd be running to catch the plane, and she'd have one kid under each arm with high heels, and she'd be running to catch the plane. But now she's a little older, so she don't have to carry the kids, but she wasn't carrying them to go home. But I remember not having high heels when she came, but they were pretty dressy sandals.
Okay.
That's all I can remember.
What about her luggage? You remember what she's...
They each had a bag. Had another bag with food, because she never went anywhere without a bag of food for the kids, so they wouldn't be eating junk. She always brought food for them.
Okay.
And then she'd stop at the health food store. I mean, I bought a lot of organic stuff that I don't buy for myself, but I figured there was no sense to having 2 kinds of everything, so I figured if I was buying eggs, she told me to buy 6 dozen eggs. I says, "Teresa, we're only going to be gone for 2 days. But Ma, Mark and I and the kids, we could eat 12 dozen by ourselves." I says, "Yeah, I know." I says, "But, that still leaves 3 more dozen," I said, So anyway, okay, Ma, 4 dozen will be enough. But then my daughter Ann came up with another dozen, and we went through all of them.
Right.
Doing, I made French toast in the oven, and I used a lot of eggs. So anyways, I bought a lot of things, and I told her what I bought. But she probably didn't remember all of it. Then she went to the store, so she wasn't supposed to duplicate some of the things. Like I told her I bought her roasted organic salted cashews, and I found some chocolate-covered almonds that were organic, but she came home I saw her leaving with a bag of almonds that were chocolate, so I know she bought them.
Right.
Because mine were in containers. And she also bought roasted cashew nuts, which I told her I had bought.
Right.
I mean, and she told me to buy the certain kind of cheeses to buy. I bought them. She still bought them. But then she bought vegetables. I mean, she came in with like 4 bags of groceries.
Yeah.
I mean, she was always like that every time we went someplace. But this time we all ate organic, because I wasn't going to have, now the kids eat organic, they eat gluten-free. I mean, although now they're getting, she said to Mom, Mark and Teresa were talking, and said, "We're telling the kids now, they're old enough to make their own choices. We made the foundation for them. If they know what happens when they eat dairy, and too much dairy, or too much gluten, how it affects them. And they are vegetarian, but Mark says, I'm not going to stop them if they want to have a piece of meat now, but they don't, because they've been brought up not to eat it, and they don't desire it.
Is Mark a vegetarian?
He became a vegetarian too. He became a vegetarian too.
Were they called vegans? They just...
Yeah, something like that. I mean, vegans is, I don't know what the difference
I
between...
think a vegan is where you don't eat anything fish, eggs, or anything
The
like
only
that.
thing she would eat was eggs.
Okay.
She would eat eggs. She didn't eat any fish. She'd stop eating cheese.
Right.
So I guess she was a vegan minus, and she didn't use regular milk. I mean, Josie was, when she was a baby, was determined that she was allergic to regular milk.
Okay.
But then as she got older, she was drinking it, but then she was starting to break out
In hives and
in
stuff.
hives and things and stuff, so they switched to rice milk and stuff like that. So they've always, I mean, she's probably spent more money on food, and she didn't buy any meat. I mean, I've been shopping with her. She would go through $400 or $500 on food at one shopping time, and not a piece of meat.
Yeah.
And she always kept the house stocked like there was going to be a storm, that she wouldn't be able to go out for a month. And I used to say to her, Teresa, you got 15 boxes of pasta there, Ma. You know, it's just the way she was, you know.
Do you know who she banked with?
I know they used to have it, whether they still do or not, Bank of America, because I use Bank of America. And I was always supposed to set up my account, or her account with me, so that I could send money to her whenever I wanted to, because she was paying for my telephone. She made me get one of those iPhones, and I said, Teresa, I'm not increasing my phone bill any more than it is. You don't have to, Ma. She says, I'll get it for you on our plan. So my goal was I was supposed to send her $30 every month, because that's what it was costing her, but I never did. Never sent her a dime. Because every time something came up, she said, Ma, now you don't have to pay me that $30 for this month,
Right.
that month, or I'm paying for this, your flight. I mean, it was just ongoing. I don't think I ever paid her any money, and it's been over a year since I've had that iPhone.
So she was a very generous person.
Very generous to everybody. Those kids at our mother's home, she couldn't do enough for them. Buying them clothes, doing things. She worked very, very hard to give to people financially, as well as try to help them stay healthy.
Did she ever mention anybody in particular from the halfway house or the?
If she did, I can't remember who was who. I mean, I think they all liked Teresa, and she was involved in so many different things. But there was always, you know, in any organization, there's always a certain amount of going back and forth. I know sometimes I'd be there and she'd be on the phone talking to this one, talking to that one. This one shouldn't have done that one. They should have let me know about it. Between other people. I mean, it was just ordinary, to me, ordinary stuff that, you know, I wouldn't say was anything that could be construed as somebody being malicious to want to harm her. I mean, I just can't picture that. Because, you know, the people there, as far as I know, I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but the people I know, that, you know, they were the ones who nominated her, one of the women there, and don't ask me which one it was, for that Apex award. And, you know, they had to write up a bio or something like that, and she was picked as one of the 5 finalists.
Did she ever mention the name Mark Petritus?
That's the doctor. That's the doctor that Mark called when, well, I guess Sandra called Mark on his cell phone.
Okay.
I guess it was about 9:30 Monday morning.
Right.
And says, Mark, the doctor hasn't come in yet. And that's not like her. Do you think maybe she overslept? So he said, well, not likely, you know. He says, you know, she might be running a few minutes late, but I don't, you know, she was always on time to get to work. So now he's trying to get a hold of her. I'm trying to get a hold of her, texting her and this and that, and we're not getting the answers. And he was already in tears. He didn't know what had happened, but he's already in tears, thinking the worst. And I'm saying, Mark, you know, you got to be calm and collected. We got to see that there's got to be a rational reason for this, you know. So finally, he just couldn't get a hold of her. He says, well, I got to go to, you know, oh, I know. He says, check for her phone, you know. And it showed that it only had 4% left on it. And he said that she was having problems with her phone keeping a charge. And she took home a charge. So he didn't have a complete charge. He was using my charger. So anyways, he called Mark. He said, I'll see if Mark's around. No, I'm trying to remember which happened first now. No, I think he called Mark first. He didn't answer. He left a message. So in the meantime, because he didn't get right back, he called his mother.
Okay.
And they were heading out. I just found out that they were actually on the road. And then Mark called back to my son-in-law and said, well, I'm right around the corner. She said, so I'll go check on her. And they made some joking comments about how it could all go about, should he go in through the front door or, I guess Mark said, maybe I should Mark told him to use the code.
Okay.
And, see, I don't remember exactly how it went, but then he said, well, maybe you better go to the front door. But then he says, if you go to the front door, she says, Teresa's got a gun. She might think it's an intruder and shoot me, and then it'll come out that Teresa shot her best friend's husband.
Right.
Because she didn't know who he was, thinking he was an intruder, so they start laughing about it. And so, evidently, when she didn't answer the front door, he went around the back and used the code.
Okay.
And that's when he called Mark and says, Mark, you got to come home now, fast. And I guess he must have told her that she was dead. And then we both were up in the yard screaming, crying. And I said, you can't tell the kids now. So he knew their psychologist that they were with, that had seen the kids through different situations. And they were on vacation. But he was able to reach the husband, who was out hiking, and told what happened. He ran back to the cabin to wake up his wife, and they talked. And I said, I don't think you should tell the kids anything right now, except that we're going home. Mimi's coming home with us. And that's what we did. So we did. And they were a little kind of apprehensive, trying to understand what was going on. And, we were trying to make light of it. Well, Mimi's coming down with us and this and that. And then we didn't tell them till we got to Bonnie's house, because we couldn't get into the house. And then her partner, Lanka, and her husband came over. And Bonnie was there with Melanie, and I was there. And he told the kids. And Josie was just screaming her head off. But Carly, she's a tough cookie. I mean, she was sobbing hard, but maybe because she was a little bit younger and she didn't know how to express her feelings. She didn't scream like Josie did. But now Josie, she's so intuitive. She's like her mother almost, spirit-wise. Mommy's not here with her body, but I know she's here in spirit. And you can feel her energy. This is an 11-year-old talking.
Okay. Right, man. You swear the testimony you give me is the truth to help you go?
Absolutely.
You have any questions for me?
Just find the person that did this.
We've got every guy we've got working on this right now.
Pardon?
We've got every man we have working on this right now. That's what we're aiming to do. Okay? Let me get you back out front.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
just turn it off.
Okay. Ooh, okay, no worries. Okay, that's paused.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are the mics on?
Yeah, they're on.
Okay. Well, thanks for watching, everyone. That was a bit of an adventure. Started a little bit full on with Curtis and Jimmy, and moving into just sadder, particularly with Teresa's mother there at the end. But you guys were great. Really appreciated your contribution to the chat. You going to say something?
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, and I guess until next stream, we'll keep tuned and we'll let you know what's going on.
And if you haven't seen Sievers and Rodgers' trials, they're on Holly's other channel, Caught in the Act documentaries. There are links all over the place on this.
Yeah.
These for all the other channels that Holly's been putting together.
Yep. All right, well, have a good night and thank you for coming and talk another time.